is why you meet here quite often, actually, over the years. At least my years of being the general manager of the water district here, the Upper Arkansas Water District. So I think it ties back to probably the history of this area. Salida, the word is a Spanish word that means gateway or exit, and it's really a gateway to the western part of Colorado, and it was a railroad town, and that's why it was established. It was established as a railroad town. So the DNRG came up and just actually this side of the river historically was New Spain, and the other side of the river was actually Louisiana Purchase. So you'd be either in French territory on one side or a Spanish territory, just like the 1840s and so forth. But in 1880, the railroad built the line up through the canyon to the east and entered into Salida. And by design, they placed their depot and their hub, kind of like American Airlines DIA is one of their hubs. This was a hub for the DNRG Railroad. So a lot of the people who came here in 1880, they came here because of the railroad. They worked on the railroad. And the one thing that the railroad needed, because these were steam locomotives, was water. So the line left here, went up through this little, well, it was a trestle across the bridge just to this side of this building that crossed the Arkansas River from the depot from the other side of the river, and then continued up this little drainage canal here all the way up to Poncha Springs. At Poncha Springs, and it went over Poncha Pass. About halfway up Poncha Pass, there's a place called Mears Junction, and then it went over Marshall Pass into the Gunnison area, and then on all the way to Salt Lake City. On that route, there were tanks, water tanks, because a steam locomotive, especially when you're going into altitude, you generate more steam more quickly because the boiling point becomes lower and lower temperature. So you need more water. So every little stream along that route, Grays Creek, Tent Creek, and on over, and they had a number for each one. And when you get to Sargent's, it's called Tank 7. And that was tank number 7. And this train would have to stop and refill with water quite often in order to make it over Marshall Pass. And by the way, you can drive that today in a car on the same railroad grade. And it is a great place to go, especially in the fall, or fall colors. But every one of those tanks where they were there, the railroad had a water right. And now they're abandoned. But years ago, those were all water rights. So there was a connection to water. Prior to that, prior to 1880, there was mining and ranching here, a lot of it. And all of those ranchers, if you go and you look at the names of the ditches and the decrees, they're named after different family names. One of those actually is my family that has a water right called, actually that's a seepage ditch, Skanga Seep Ditch, and it was like an 1890 something vintage. It's kind of a fairly junior water right. But there's other family names there too. On my grandmother's side, there's a Postorero ditch, there's the Burnett ditch, there's the Harrington, there's all these different people's names. And those are the people that settled this area. So there's a huge connection. And I think that's true throughout Colorado. I don't think that's unique to just here. But I think it's unique here where you have a town that's a railroad town. It was also a mining center and smelting center, and it was also a ranching center. And it became a trade center for this area. The district came along in 1979, and things began to change at that time, and augmentation became a big thing for domestic and municipal type uses. And so a lot of those water rights have been changed, many of them, not all of them, to municipal type uses, even for the cities and so forth. And that's kind of the history of the area. I thought you might appreciate that little background about that. And our district does a lot of different projects. We're doing a lot in storage. Storage has become one of the major pushes for us so that we know we have a reliable water supply because of the variable hydrology we have in Colorado that we know. But anyway, I wanted to welcome all of you here. I hope you have a great meeting. And if there's anything that the district can do for you while you're here, let me know. Greg is here. He's the vice chairman of the board, and he could contact me if there's anything you need. be glad to provide it, but welcome to the area.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Yeah, thank you. Terry, thank you so much. I enjoyed last night so much, and please thank your board. It was so nice to visit with Tim and Brett. That long heritage. I mean, what were they saying? They were 5th, 6th, 8 generations in this area. The history that you gave was just really interesting to learn about. So thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Terry, for last night and for coming out this morning. Really appreciate it. And of course, the long and strong connection between the district and the agency, the state agency is really important. And it's just great when we're moving around the state to be able to check in with the local authorities. And so thank you for being here. Okay. Yeah. And just to follow up on his offer of help, I don't know if I would have helped you if you did get in trouble last night, but I will help you. We keep bail on hand at our house, cash bail at all times. So just give me a call. Okay, let's get formal and organized here. We're going to open the meeting, the September board meeting of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. Our first item is the Pledge of Allegiance and the flags in the northwest corner there. To the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, justice for all. Great, thank you. Our next item may be a little unforeseen, but it is election of a new vice chairperson. And I think our current vice chair maybe wanted to say a few words about this. So Director Boucher, did you want to speak to this item?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair, and hello to everybody. I apologize so much for my absence and being here on Zoom, which is really what is bringing up the point of this election of a new vice chair, based on some circumstances of my family with young kids and my need at this time for further domestic management role in my household. I feel it is inappropriate that I would remain in the position of vice chair. I love this board and love the work and all of you, but I don't feel that with some of the remote meetings that I've been participating in, that it's really fair to staff or the board or the state. And so with that, I thought it would be appropriate to elect a new vice chair if the board is okay with that.
Okay, and yeah, I feel confident the board is okay with that. I think we all have been through periods of our lives where we just get spread too thin, and I think we appreciate your, your presence of mind to recognize that and to look ahead. And we're going to hold space for you to resume this role in the future, and we're holding space for you in our hearts too as you just navigate the ups and downs of life. And we're glad that you're able to join us, even if it is virtually. So thank you. Yes, Director Vasquez.
Well, and I just want to thank you that you're going to continue on the board in spite of all of those other demands on your time. So we look forward to seeing you when that's possible.
Well, thank you both for those kind words. I appreciate it very much.
Yep. Director Brody.
Director Boucher, I too want to thank you for the respect and care you're showing to the board by recognizing that it may be time to allow someone else to occupy that particular role. And also just want to echo that you're such an incredibly important voice on this board, and I look forward to your continued engagement and perspectives that you offer. And with that, I would like to nominate my good friend from the South Platte, Director Sakata, to serve in the role of vice chair.
Second from Director Brown. Okay. Are there any other nominations? Director Sakata, are you willing to take on this responsibility?
After some thought, Julie and I don't have kids. We could become babysitters for you, Paul. That would work. No, thank you, Paul. I would echo that. It's just such a pleasure to be able to work with you and definitely holding open that spot and hope you'll look forward to taking a leadership role again on the board because you are such an important part of this and glad you're continuing on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, Director Brown.
Discussion point. I just wanted to thank you. I'm just going to call you Paul because that's the role you're in right now is as a father and a friend and a parent and a husband. Just kudos to you for just making your own space to have those conversations. And I just have the utmost respect for you. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you to all the directors for such kind words. And if anyone would like to hear more of my personal story at any time, I'm more than happy to discuss. But it is an honor to be standing in the position right now of supporting my wife with the children as some things change with her professional career. So thank you very much for all the kind words. And thank you, Director Sakata, for stepping up.
Okay, with that, are there any other discussion points before we go to a vote? Favor of electing Director Sakata to the vice chair position, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Unanimous, so congratulations, Vice Chairman Sakata.
I look forward to working with you.
Okay. Next up is review and approval of the agenda. The agenda.
Moved. Oh,
Director Brown,
I have one.
second by Director Brody. Yes.
So,
Director
and I might ask Kirk to specify if we need to, but I think there is a change to item 7B. Is that right, Kirk, for you? Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay, so that's on our printed agenda, so we should be.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Oh, Viola.
That was the next agenda items that in section 3 where it says approve and or remove consent agenda items. Okay, all right. We'll get there. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And then item 3 is the consent agenda. We do have a request from the applicant on item 3A, which is it's right in front of me. Sorry. The under the PEPO statewide initiatives grant applications, it is item 3A, the Corona Research Landscape Transformation Public Survey Project. That's being rescinded at the request of the applicant. So is there a motion to approve the revised or amended consent agenda? Favor of approving the amended consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and opposed? Motion carries. CWCB board meeting dates. So in 2023, our November meeting on the 15th and 16th will be in the Denver area. Cody?
Happy to, if requested.
Yeah. With the 3A thing. Okay, let's Sorry. I feel like I did this last time too. Jumping back to item 2B, review and approve the July 19th and 20th board meeting minutes. Is there a motion to approve those?
Mr. Chair, I have one suggested correction on
Okay.
agenda item 10A on the minutes. I think Nathan Combs seconded that motion and not Jackie Brown. So to make that correction, I would move for approval.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve with a correction. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, second from Director Vasquez. Any further discussion or issues? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of approving the corrected minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I have another item. Sorry, I didn't get in with you in advance. I was wondering if we shouldn't have a record of our special meeting that appointed our new director.
Yes.
So I think we need to have a set of minutes for that meeting and
That's a
approve
good
those as
point.
well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you have those recorded, Viola? It was a historic meeting, historically short and historically important. So,
Very, very, very
Yeah.
important. Thank you.
okay. Move on here. Okay, and then I guess I'd also point out, we've got a list of the 2024 intentions for where we'll be meeting. So you can look at that and get those on your calendar. Now we'll move on to item 4, director's reports, and we'll start off with DNR Executive Director and IBCC Director Dan Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to be here in Salida. This is absolutely a fantastic area. I remember, seems like yesterday, but it was 1994. I spent a month backpacking through the Collegiate Peaks, and it's just spectacular. But, you know, I love to run rivers, and it's just a really amazing area to say the least. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for helping to organize this amazing location. And of course, Viola, I always want to thank you. You're just amazing to also work with everyone to find the best locations. And I swear I had the best breakfast ever this morning. So I want to we should give a round of applause to Michelle, who put together from Calumet Pit. Maybe we should give another round of applause. But like many of you, I took a photo of the food this morning. It's just spectacular to say the least. And also just thinking of this area, you know, it's very unique. Let's give Michelle a round of applause. Thank you for the amazing food.
I'd say she be at least once. Help for me.
Great. And I was just saying how, you know, it's a very unique and special area where, to me, you combine kind of the outdoor recreation with the legacy of like farming and ranching, and it's just amazing to see that. And just thinking of the recreational component, and the chairman knows this better than anyone, but you know, the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area is actually, you know, managed as a state park, and in particular the Browns Canyon section, but the whole section is really we normally compete with the American River annually in terms of who is the busiest and most commercially rafted sections in the United States, and to my knowledge, over the last few years we've been #1. And I want to recognize Corrine and Glenn up there who work for Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area and really do a fantastic job with great leadership locally here from Tom Waters. So thanks for your leadership. Let's see. I also want to thank Lauren Riss, officially being the new director. So let's give her a round of applause. I really, it's awesome calling you director, and I really want to thank all the other candidates that brought their name forward. I want to give a huge thank you to the board here for your decision on picking someone that's really amazing that has already hit the ground running. And I'm glad to support your decision and having Lauren be the director. So thank you, Lauren, for being in this role. Also want to give a shout out to Russ Sands. Is Russ here? I know he was here yesterday. There he is. Okay. Russ was a recipient of the Water Education Colorado's Emerging Water Leader Award. So let's give him a round of applause. Well deserved. We know how hard Russ works, and so glad you've been recognized in that role. I also want to thank Parks and Wildlife, and this is actually like hot off the press, and Rob wasn't aware of this either. But the National Association of State Parks Directors recognized Colorado Parks and Wildlife for the 2023 Innovation Award for all their work on the Keep Colorado Wild Pass, which we'll have some more updates on the numbers for that. But that's really innovative stuff that we're really a national leader in terms of how we're trying to bring in revenue for the park side in particular. Let's see, other updates. Last week, the governor issued an executive order advancing the sustainability that, along with other things, adds to construction or significant renovation of state facilities to implement water-wise landscape measures. So the governor is really taking a lead on state facilities to recognize, hey, let's look towards zero-scaping, and the idea really is that, we can lead as governments, and that hopefully everyone else will follow. So I really appreciate the governor for his leadership on that. A few staffing updates for the DNR. The Colorado River comms position, as you may recall, when Becky Mitchell accepted the role of being the full time as Colorado River Commissioner, we're also creating this team to support her, and the Colorado River comms person is part of that team. So we're really excited. We've had a lot of great applicants, and we're starting to conduct the interviews over the next few weeks. So we really hope to have someone in that position here shortly. Another update is the new Colorado Produced Water Consortium director is Hope Dalton. And so she just took over, actually it was just announced just last week, and her first day in the job will be on September 25th. So we welcome Hope to this new role. As you all know too, even though the legislative session is not going on right now, there's a lot of interim committees that are still continuing to meet, and just recently the Water Resources and Agriculture Review Committee met, and they have recommended 9 water-related bills, and so not all those bills will be moving forward as a bill, but it kind of kicks off the process where legislators can really talk and pretty high level without a whole lot of specifics on concepts that they can kind of get on the table. And so some of these bills, will actually turn into a bill, and probably some of them may not, as this process moves forward. But as the bills get finalized and they actually vote to turn these into from the concepts of bills, we'll be sure to share with you what that looks like. As you all know too, the Colorado River Drought Task Force is continuing to meet. That's as a result of the bill that passed, Senate Bill 21-295. They're meeting about every 2 weeks. Really happy that Kelly Romero-Heaney, my assistant director on water, has decided to represent the Department of Natural Resources on the behalf of the DNR. I should also note that our state engineer, Kevin Ryan, also has a role on that board as an ex officio member. So thank you to both of you for your participation in that. The charge of the task force is to recommend state legislation for programs and tools that address drought and interstate commitments through the implementation of demand reduction and conservation. So addressing interstate commitments, in my opinion, does not mean redefining or renegotiating those. It simply recognizes that the demand reduction and conservation will help meet our interstate commitments, just like they will help alleviate the impacts of drought. So the task force should be responding to the interstate commitments but not defining them. So last week they brainstormed and refined tools that address drought here in Colorado. And I would say they barely scratched the surface of potentially what could be out there. So I'm really encouraged that there's a lot of creative thinking out there. And oh, I should also note that Kate Greenberg also, I'm sorry, has a seat at the table as well. So thank you for your leadership as well, representing agriculture, not the DNR, but thank you. I just want to make sure everyone knows that. And again, Kelly is representing the DNR on the task force. So if you have any questions regarding, DNR's role within that, she's here today and happy to answer any questions regarding that. For the Interbasin Compact Committee updates, we haven't met since I last updated you at our July board meeting. But the last IBCC meeting was on June 8th at the Mortgage Commons in Glenwood Springs. Our next IBCC meeting will be in coordination with the C9 Summit that's scheduled for November 14th. So hopefully you all have that, on your calendar. As we prepare for that summit, really hope the IBCC will be willing to enable to help lead and what I expect will be really important breakout discussions as we discuss drought resiliency in our state. And, really looking forward to, the future meetings that we have, set up for that. A few CPW updates. Rob, you may overlap with me announcing this, but our Parks and Wildlife, we have a new leadership change. Dallas May is the new chair for Parks and Wildlife. He replaced Carrie Hauser, who was term limited. And our next Parks and Wildlife meeting will be scheduled for November 16th and 17th in Burlington. Dallas May is a rancher just who lives outside of Lamar, and he's really hit the ground running, to say the least. Some other CPW updates that has a tie-in to our wolf reintroduction efforts. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service published the draft record of decision and FEIS as part of being listed in the Federal Register. So we are about 3 weeks ahead of schedule, which is really significant. This puts us potentially to have everything signed and the record of decision ready to go potentially as soon as the end of November. We were initially planning on December 15th, and we are just so excited to be able to have this, listed earlier than what we expected, especially since there's a lot of uncertainty with a possible federal government shutdown. And if I had a magic wand, I mean, who knows, what that will look like, but that's really put us in a positive position to give us some more flexibility as we work towards the implementation of our wolf restoration efforts. The sales of the Keep Colorado Wild Pass are continuing to do really well. We've surpassed 1 million folks that have purchased this particular pass. So this puts us on track to bring in about $40 million at the end of the year. In comparison, when you look at parks revenues last year, we brought in about $27 million. So this is a great increase for us and very much well needed. Just thinking of the needs in this particular area, I'm sure, for our parks, but you look at camping, you look at roads and parking and just everything that goes into helping to manage parks. And as you all know too, we're really interested in creating new state parks too. So this revenue would be really helpful for that. Right around the corner, there's a new Transportation Alliance Summit that's going to be in Castle Rock. I'll be participating in a panel. It's a coordination of Parks and Wildlife, the DNR, and Colorado Department of Transportation to really look at how we can work together and collaborate on advancing more wildlife crossings, overpasses, underpasses. We've had some great examples of some of these overpass and underpasses around the state, and we've seen dramatic decrease in accidents. And so we really want to work to expand those locations. Last week was a historic week for the Colorado Geographic Naming Board, which is housed within the Department of Natural Resources. As I think you're all aware, this is the entity that helps make recommendations on natural features throughout the state of Colorado and make recommendations to the governor on possible name changes. And then the governor makes recommendations to what's called the U.S. Board of Geographic Names. So they met last week in Portland, Oregon to discuss the renaming of Mount Evans to Mount Blue Sky. And I sent some of our team Stacy Coleman, who's my new director for tribal engagement, she participated and gave this great background in terms of all the work that went in discussing on like how we were making a recommendation to Mount Blue Sky. It was just an amazing presentation, and many of the U.S. Board of Geographic Naming officials said, that presentation was a really important tipping point in terms of them having the decision to make a recommendation to move to Mount Blue Sky instead of Mount Evans. So they voted to approve that. So that's official. And I really appreciate the work of Stacy Coleman, Tim Mock, my deputy director, and Johnny Abad, my assistant. Those three have worked really, really hard on this. A few updates for forest health and climate updates. Our Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program is now a permanent state program. And right now we are actually advertising our grant applications that are available for the Workforce Development Program. And so just a reminder, that is the partnership that we have with Colorado Youth Corps, as well as Department of Corrections Swift Crews. And so this is available statewide. So if you have projects that you would like the state to take a hard look at and potentially come to your community to do proactive fire mitigation work, please let us know. We also have the CoSwap website. Last night, some of you may have met Allison Lurch. She is kind of my lead for the CoSwap program. She lives in Salida, but she's a great person too to work with if you have any projects you want to help get off the ground. Also, the DNR staff and Chris Sturm are collaborating on a special CoSwap and wildfire ready watershed landscape release of $2 million of ARPA funding that will focus on reducing wildfire risk near critical water infrastructure and high priority watersheds. So be on the lookout for that. Also, the Colorado State Forest Service received $4.8 million of IRA funds to create a competitive grant program to support the urban forests in disproportionately impacted communities throughout Colorado. So, a lot going on forest health issues. And maybe just a couple more quick updates here. Our Energy and Carbon Management Commission that took the place of our Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, they have begun with stakeholding information on a new regulatory framework to govern deep geothermal projects for electricity production. So that's part of their new mission that they're working on, as well as the ECMC is also developing a regulatory framework for carbon capture and storage projects. And we're beginning stakeholding on that process as well. And then let's see here, our state land board in September, the state land board approved the first voluntary surface-based grassland carbon banking lease at their September meeting. So this lease was initiated by existing agricultural leaseholder and expected to capture carbon with credits that will be sold to a third party. So the credits will be generated through new regenerative grazing practices on about 11,000 acres of state trust land. So pretty exciting to see all these different components of the DNR, all work together. And last but not least, the head of our Division Reclamation, Mining, and Safety, Jenny Brannon, she's announced her retirement, which will be at the end of September. Jenny has played a really critical role in the Department of Natural Resources. And actually, when I first started, she had a dual role of being deputy director and the head of Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety. Really wish Jenny well in her future retirement. She's just been amazing rock star in our organization. So thank you, Jenny, if you're listening. That's it for me. I know it's a long update, but happy to answer any questions, and I'll be here all day as well too.
All right. Thank you, Director Gibbs. That was loaded stuff. That was great. Are there any questions for him? Next up is CWCB Director Lauren Riss.
Thank you. And thank you, Dan. I'll do my best to catch us up a little bit. I did want to say thank you to where's Terry? Did he leave already? Okay, well, I'll thank Terry anyway, for his hospitality and the reception last night, which was really quite lovely. So thanks to the Upper Ark Water Conservancy District. It's really nice to be here. And as I was listening to Director Gibbs' report, I was just thinking how nice it is to be able to look out the windows and you can sort of see the river out there somewhere, which is just really nice. So thank you for helping us secure this space, and it's just a pleasure to be here in Salida. I guess this is my first board meeting, although that doesn't feel right because I feel like I've been to about 400 board meetings, but I appreciate Dan's kind words and all of your support. It's a really exciting opportunity for me. And I also wanted to say thank you to Becky Mitchell. We did spend some time the last board meeting thanking her for her service, but I want to assure all of you that she and I continuing to talk probably every day, and we'll continue to be in just really close alignment on all of the work that she's doing and what CWCB is doing with DNR as well. So I don't think that there will be any daylight between us and all of our efforts moving forward. And I'm just so grateful to Becky for her mentorship and friendship over the last several years. And she's just done such an incredible job with CWCB and getting us to where we are today. And I'm happy to carry the baton from here out. So didn't want to let that go without saying. A couple of, I guess, quick housekeeping things. I did want to mention, in part based on the feedback that we got from you all from our operational planning conversation several weeks ago, we have tried to start experimenting a little bit. So one of the things that we're doing this board meeting is publicizing and providing access to the main Zoom link for this meeting. So folks no longer have to contact Viola to get the link to then provide public comment. So we'll see how that goes. But I think we're all sort of, more fully evolved as it comes to using these platforms. And, I'm anticipating that will be smooth. So if folks are asking you how to best comment, you can tell them to just link right up onto the Zoom link that's provided on our website, or they can continue to listen to the YouTube channel if they don't want to have a comment. If they just want to listen, that'll still be available as well. The other change that we made in trying to make it easier, although again, we're gonna do some adaptive learning here, adaptive management on the board meetings. Viola sent out the board packet in a little bit of a different format. Rather than sending out the full PDF, she broke it out into individual links based on agenda item. I got kind of mixed feedback from you all, but if you have strong opinions about that, let me know, let Viola know. I think I talked to most of you about it. And it was mixed, but the intent is to make it easier, not harder. So if you'd rather just go back to the way we did it before, we can do that. So I didn't, we don't have to do a show of hands or anything, but just let me know what you think, pros and cons. The other thing I just wanted to mention is that as far as the board meeting dates that are outlined on the agenda, I just wanted to note that the March meeting date, March 13th and 14th, is moved up a week from where we would typically have it. So just make sure you note that on your calendars. It's always a challenge in March trying to accommodate everybody's spring breaks with all the different school districts doing it at a different week and a different time. And so again, we're gonna just kind of experiment with that. But yeah, the reason for that was trying to align more spring breaks than not, so we could make sure that we have participation. But we are really going to try and do our very, very best to keep those dates as printed. I think we're moving around a little bit over the last couple years, partly just because of Becky's crazy schedule and trying to accommodate her travel. But we really are going to make our best efforts to keep those as they are on the calendar. So I don't want to say we will never ever change things, because who knows, but that's the goal. And I did want to just thank all of you that were able to come to the operational planning workshop a couple weeks ago up in Summit County. And those of you who were able to participate virtually. I feel like that was just a really worthwhile conversation, time well spent. And I think it's going to pay dividends into the future. We're going to have an agenda item at the end of today, agenda item 9, where our consultant, Greg Belomo, is going to come back and just talk through some of the next steps and kind of where we go from here. But that really was so valuable because of your participation and your thoughtful feedback on how we move forward as an agency and trying to be more strategic in everything we do. So I just appreciate that so much. So as far as staffing news, Director Gibbs mentioned that Russ received the WECO Emerging Leader Award. So I appreciate Dan highlighting that. I think it's a little bit ironic that Russ is just emerging. So you've got a long way to go, Russ. Just kidding. We're proud of you. That's truly an honor in the state to get recognized. Also, this is hot off the press. Just last night or yesterday at some point, I guess we won the State Project Award this year for our State Floodplain Managers Conference for our Wildfire Ready Watersheds work. And I have to note, we beat out Denver Water's one water plant. So Chris and Kevin, oh, Jessica Beer maybe, but that's so awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Chris and Kevin deserve all the awards that we can get out there. That's just such good work.
And just note, we're coming for you next year.
Woo. Big challenges. Okay, it's on. Some other staffing news. We have a couple new hires that I wanted to mention. Our in-stream flow section hired Sade Clemens for a 9-month temporary hydrographer position that's going to help us maintain gauges throughout the state. I'm not sure if she's here or not. I have a note she was going to try and be here on Wednesday. So if you see Sade, make sure to say hi and welcome to the agency. Our flood section also welcomed Karen Meyer, who is going to work on the floodplain mapping group's procurement and financial work. She previously came to us from CPW, so I'm not going to stop Becky's trend of collecting staff from other state agencies. So apologies to Rob. We also have hired Deb Bracey, who's going to be our new CWCB accountant, or she has been hired and is already hitting the ground running. She's been amazing by all reports, filling the vacancy from Steve Scholl as he retired recently. So we're super excited to have Deb. Also, we are super excited to welcome back to the DNR family, Sarah Chapa, who's going to be our new budget director. Dan didn't know this? You didn't know this? Yes. She's going to be our new budget director. So Sarah previously worked at DNR as budget staff under Carly Jacobs and was amazing and really talented, and then went to work for the Attorney General's office, I believe. And she's coming back to DNR and to CWCB starting on Monday. So she's just a tremendous asset, and we're so lucky to have Sarah. If she's listening, we're excited to have you, Sarah. And yeah, it's just a really great hire for us. So the other promotion I guess I wanted to mention is that Brian McPherson is being promoted to the Senior Colorado River Technical Specialist. And that's a position that was made available through this package of FTE from last year's budget on the Colorado River staffing. So we were able to move Brian up, and then we'll be working on backfilling Brian's position to make sure that we're fully staffed as far as the technical resources that we need to best position our interstate and federal section, and Becky in her role as commissioner. The other position now that we're working on filling is backfilling me as the deputy director. And I think once we do that, we might be fully staffed. So nobody's allowed to leave. It doesn't happen very often that we can say that, but I'm really excited to have a full staff at CWCB. Let's see, I'll give a couple of programmatic updates, things that have been going on. We've been super busy. I did want to highlight the partnership that Dan mentioned between the COSWAP program and our Wildfire Ready Watersheds. That's a Colorado Strategic Wildfire Action Program. We're really excited about that partnership and working forward to implement their landscape resilience investment grant. This is going to be really critical for us as we try and implement the goals and objectives of the Wildfire Ready Action Plan, which is, as you all have heard before, really aimed to strategically address and improve resiliency at watershed scales around the state of Colorado, and to identify areas that are at risk and to be proactive about doing watershed work in those areas where we can see the most benefit. The 2023 awards from this grant cycle will total $2 million. And so just really thanks, Dan, to you and to your staff for working with us on that. That's just so important. I also wanted to mention that following the spring rainstorms that we saw in eastern Colorado earlier this year, President Biden signed a flood disaster declaration that became effective on August 25th. It includes the counties of Douglas, El Paso, Elbert, Lincoln, Kit Carson, and Cheyenne. And our flood section assisted the Colorado Division of Emergency Management in acquiring the data that was needed for that declaration. So I don't expect that we're going to have a huge role in carrying out the work aside from just supporting DHSEM as they move forward. But it provides, quite a bit of resources and financial assistance to those communities. So thanks to the flood section staff for their work on that. Also just wanted to acknowledge, as we're talking about floods, that this marks the 10-year anniversary of the 2013 Front Range floods, which had a really significant impact on Colorado, of course, and CWCB really stepped up and played a hugely important role, and a lengthy role at that. I don't know how many years we continued to work on recovering from those floods, but it was not a 1-year effort. It lasted quite a while. It's widely considered to be the most costly disaster in the state of Colorado at $3 to $4 billion, at least 3 times the damages from the Marshall Fire, and it eclipsed the 1965 Front Range floods as the costliest natural disaster the state has ever experienced. So just didn't want to let that pass. It's kind of a historic milestone. Some other updates throughout the agency. The Governor's Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force held its 3rd meeting on August 30th to continue making progress on Water Plan Action 1.7, which is to identify turf replacement options that support transformative landscape change. So thanks to the Water Supply Planning section and their staff for making that happen. The meeting recording is available on CWCB's YouTube channel, and we really continue to have high hopes for what'll come out of that group of experts as we continue to think through how we can best Colorado-scape our communities. Additionally, we closed out round 2 of our turf replacement program on August 31st. We expect that all of the funding available will be earmarked for allocation by the end of this year, and have just had a tremendous interest in both of those grant cycles. Some upcoming events to keep on your calendar. We have a Water and Land Use Planning Alliance meeting on October 19th, and that'll highlight some really great work that's being done by the Mile High Flood District around their Confluence tool and some other work they've done to encourage more system thinking for the integration of land use and water planning. And of course, that also relates directly back to the water plan. So thanks to Kevin Reedy and others in the water supply section for making that happen. Also have a Growing Water Smart workshop. This is the first workshop that's specifically focused on West Slope communities, and that'll take place on October 23rd and 25th in Grand Junction. So if you're in the area, please attend if you can, or listen in and let us know if you need additional details. Dan mentioned the C9 Summit, which will be on November 14th in conjunction with our November board meeting. We're really excited about this event. I know Viola's been working hard at securing locations and catering and all of the things along with Russ's staff. So again, thanks to CWCB staff for working hard to make that happen. This event will really help to align the IBCC roundtables and board discussions and hopefully foster more cross-basin collaboration. So we're looking forward to that. Also, finally wanted to mention the Colorado Water Loss Initiative North American Water Loss Conference on December 5th and 7th. 5th through 7th. That'll also be in Denver, and we'll be participating in that. I did mention that Becky and I are continuing to talk regularly and really try and be aligned in all of the work that she's doing. She, as you all probably are aware, because she's been out and about so much, has really been touring the state and talking with water users and stakeholders, tribal representatives, just about anybody who will listen to Becky. She's trying to talk with them. You'll hear more about kind of what's been going on and the feedback that we've gotten as a result of that roadshow when Amy gives her update tomorrow. But I guess I just really wanted to highlight the fact that she's prioritizing getting out around the state now that she's able to focus full time on these issues and is really making that a priority to hear directly from water users. I think she's coming up later this afternoon and she will be here tomorrow for the Colorado River items. Let's see. I think that's about I think that's about all I have. So unless there are questions, I'll hand it back over to our chairman.
Thank you, Director Riss. Are there any questions for her? To our Ag Commissioner, Director Greenberg.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's great being here in your hometown and in the Arkansas Basin. Just so appreciate this board as always. And for those of you online as well, and to CWCB staff, thank you all for your work. Director Boucher, I also want to just reiterate comments made earlier. So grateful that you're taking care of yourself and your family, and it's a really honor to serve with you on this board in any capacity that you're able to give. And Director Sakata, congratulations on your vice chairmanship as of today. A few additional shout outs. Wanted to also give a shout out to Russ and congratulations. It was great being able to celebrate him at the WECO event for Emerging Leader Award. Very wonderful evening. Director Gibbs, shout out to your staff and CPW. I did just update my vehicle registration with the new Parks and Wildlife Pass. Very easy and streamlined and a big boon to the state. So kudos to you all. And for any of my staff at CDA listening in or just out there doing their work, just continuously grateful for our growing team at CDA who really spend so much time in the communities that we serve, and many of whom live in the communities that we serve. And that's something we've been able to really grow at CDA, just like CWCB, hiring staff remotely around the state who are part of the communities and the ag communities that we work with every day. Some recent events, I think since our last meeting, we had a state fair, which was the one of the biggest state fairs in recent time. We had over 500,000 attendees come through for those 11 days, a great junior livestock auction. We had the 3rd annual Governor's Plate, which was incredibly well attended. We have a reigning champ in the food truck world, Papa Mario's, that continues to wow everybody with their Pueblo chili grilled cheese. But we had about 5 other incredible food trucks, local chefs, all procuring Colorado Proud products. So really trying to up that relationship with our chefs and business owners with farmers and ranchers in Colorado. We also had our expanded Centennial Farm and Ranch event, the first day of fair. It's such a remarkable way to kick off fair. Director Sakata was there. We were able to honor his dad last year with the first ever Agricultural Legacy Award. And this year, we were able to honor the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe Farm and Ranch Enterprise for the Agricultural Legacy Award. So Chairman Hart was with us, Simon Martinez, the general manager who's on my ag commission, Mike Preston was there, Eric White, Michael Vicente from the Farm and Ranch were there in Pueblo with us, which was a huge honor to be able to recognize them and have their presence there. We were also able, through History Colorado's Legacy Award, able to honor Alice McDonald and her family, which are the remaining descendants of the Black farming families from the Eastern Plains, from the area called the Dry. So their family also joined us in Pueblo. And this has just been a remarkable partnership with History Colorado to really tell a much bigger story of agriculture in Colorado and be able to recognize communities who have not been able to be recognized before because they have not been able to pass down land, but have such an impact on Colorado agriculture. In addition, we recognize, I think, of maybe a record 25 families this year who have received the centennial plaque for their family. So just a really, really beautiful morning. And it was a beautiful morning. It wasn't 105 degrees yet in Pueblo, celebrating so many of our farming and ranching families and communities. Yesterday, I apologize for missing the Finance Committee meeting. We held our first soil health roundtable with all of our Western partners. So you recall we got the $25 million USDA Climate Smart Commodities Grant. CDA, we were the lead on that. But our pitch to USDA was to do an Intermountain West collaborative around building up soil health, farmer-led efforts to, address climate change, but do it in a way that enhances productivity and ideally farm profitability. So we had partners from 7 other Western states with us in Denver yesterday, really workshopping how we grow this as a region and grow this work that's being led by farmers across the West. So that was a real treat, and hats off again to my team We went, as I've reported, from $0 to $30 million in less than 3 years. And that was in large part because we built a soil health program leaning on our ag communities, our farmers and ranchers. We were ready for that federal funding. And I think that's a good reminder to us now to keep staying on our toes, to be ready for things we don't yet know are coming, but we're going to want to take advantage of down the road. So that's a lot of our thinking right now at CDA. And then lastly, just other recent events. I was in Cheyenne for our National Association of State Departments of Agriculture national meeting. So commissioners from all 50 states, staff, industry partners, they were all there. Really remarkable time. I'm just coming off the board, but we are in Farm Bill no man's land, I should put it, because our Farm Bill expires in 10 days. So we are hopeful we will have a continuing resolution, but like everybody, we're on the edge of our seats as to what Congress is going to do and how that's going to impact all of us. So a lot of really important discussion on the federal policy side going on. And we also was really pleased to see the Next Gen program scale up this year. For those of you who joined us at WASDA, our Western Regional Meeting of Ag Commissioners, we launched a Next Gen scholarship program. NASDA has been building on that concept. They had 13 students from all over the country who are a part of this now, which has been a big deal because you get all 50 commissioners in the room, and now you got students from colleges, universities across the country getting FaceTime with all of us and actually helping us think better, and I think make better decisions. A few updates from inside the department. We've got, I think I mentioned multiple times, our Ag Water Advisor position. We're extending that. I just want to make sure that folks know it's out there and help spread the word. So I will get an email out to you all and hoping you can help circulate that for folks online. All these jobs are posted on the government jobs page. You can just search CDA and find what's open. We also have a couple of big retirements. My 17-year standing markets division director, Tom Lepetsky, is retiring. This is his last week. He's been just a remarkable asset to CDA and to the ag community, working on whatever problems might arise. He's the go-to for a lot of industry to say, hey, we need help marketing, or we got this pest problem, what can we do? And he's been able to help figure out solutions. So he'll be sorely missed, but it's a huge job, and his division has grown, I think, from a sleepy, as he put it, sleepy division to a very, very active division. So we've put all our Next Gen work with him, community food access, land access, our growing international and local food marketing efforts are all under this division. So this is a big position that we're going to have to fill. And this is currently open, I think, for another week. Also, at the end of the year, our brands commissioner, Chris Whitney, will be retiring. So those of you who have cattle that are, essentially regulated by our brands commission, we'll be undergoing that process over the next few months. Again, Chris has over a decade with CDA, has just been a tremendous asset, and I think has given us a gracious amount of time in his departure, but will be big shoes to fill for sure. And then we are going to also be hiring for our 2 climate marketing positions, working on getting those out the door, and have a number of soil health technical service providers we're going to be bringing on. Part of our Climate Smart grants granted us those TA roles, which I'm really excited about. Last few items. Legend budget season, so we're working through those. Lots more to come in the months ahead. Policy issues. I did want to touch on Colorado River Drought Task Force briefly. I know I'm probably running up against my time, but last week we met in Grand Junction and came up with what has been recounted as sort of 5 points to dive into further. I wouldn't not say there's any formal support whatsoever, but we are focused right now on interstate discussion. That's going to continue next week. Director Brown, you may have more additions or corrections for me in your update or now. But what was sent to us, just so you all have awareness, I think, of what what we intend to dive into according to the chair next week, are these 5 areas of discussion. Continuing the community technical assistance grants. I think that was a point where there was just a lot of support. Allowing water plan grant funds to be used for aging infrastructure projects that support drought resiliency. I think the board might be interested in that discussion. if there are opinions from this body. Provide increased funding levels through state programs for aging infrastructure projects. So aging infrastructure was certainly a point of discussion, as I know it was here yesterday. And I think that's a place we're certainly thinking at CDA, especially with federal money. How can we best optimize this moment in time? The fourth one, provide tools to facilitate flexibility in the use of water rights, including storage. I'm reading this verbatim. And I'm sitting next to the state engineer who was there. And this is all obviously through public meetings. You can go back and recount. I just want this board to be aware of where this discussion is going. There's a lot more detail in that one. There's a lot of talk about, of course, maintaining water law as it stands. However, ongoing discussion about what this might look like. And then lastly, a lot of discussion around turf removal programs and continuing to support state funding for those. So again, that was just me reading verbatim what was sent our way for your awareness of ongoing discussion. I hope that was helpful. Okay, Chair. Lots of other policy issues, of course, going on, not directly related to water, but another thing that I'm really excited about, I mentioned our international work. I'm leaving on Saturday for a USDA trade mission to Chile. So this is hosted and funded by USDA, but it'll help will be a delegation representing American agriculture abroad. So something we're looking to do more and more of. And then we're actually hosting a CDA sponsored delegation to the United Kingdom, to London, with a number of our farm groups, a couple of legislators, CSU, to advance that partnership and our business efforts on behalf of that trade relationship. And then thirdly, I'm really looking forward to early October. We're planning to host or to participate in our first ever tribal consultations with the Southern Ute and Ute Mountain Ute tribes to really understand how we can evolve our partnership moving forward. So lots on the horizon in terms of expanding relationships and partnerships, hopefully helping do some more business for Colorado Ag. Lastly, a sad point, some of you may remember my former Ag Commission member, Brant Harrison, a farmer out in Palisade. Brant passed away from cancer just a little over 2 weeks ago. Very sad at his loss. He was a tremendous friend, mentor, advisor, served for more than 2 terms on the Ag Commission and ran Cocopelli Farm. So if you are in Palisade heading east, his farm stand is an easy exit heading right out of Palisade. They've got famous peach hand pies, incredible local produce, value-added goods, and his family has taken over. His sons are running the business. So the farm will continue and his impact will continue. I just wanted to also mention the Ag Commission formally recognized his contributions to Colorado agriculture and to CDA and the Ag Commission at our board meeting last week. And that is it for me today, Mr. Chair.
Greenberg. And I guess we would extend the same sympathy and condolences on the loss of Brant. He was enjoyed getting to know him. Is state engineers report from Director Ryan. Oh, sorry, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, also my condolences to Commissioner Greenberg. Thanks for all that you're doing. One thing, really appreciate the resiliency tour that you guys organized in Northeastern Colorado. Can you speak? Sorry that I wasn't able to attend. Can you speak a little bit about what happened on that?
Absolutely. Thank you, Director Sakata. I guess my memory didn't go back far enough into mid-August, but in mid-August, we hosted a 2-day Northeast Colorado Climate Resiliency Tour with CWCB. This was sort of an expanded version of our statewide drought tours we've done in the past, really with a focus on, we're not looking at 1-year cycles so much anymore, but how do we deal with long-term disruptions to what we know to be normal? We spent 2 days between Akron, Yuma, Julesburg, Haxton, Sterling, Fort Morgan, and a few places in between, meeting with farmers, ranchers, water managers across the region, other state staff as well. We visited with CPW up there in the Northeast. I think maybe the bottom line theme that I took away was resilience is really about the resilience of the people. And we've got incredibly resilient people across Northeast Colorado who have themselves and ancestors and the folks who came before us have been through incredible trials. And I think there was a lot of optimism that we're going to have that kind of resilience to carry us through the ones we face now. Thank you for that, Director Sakata.
Thank you. Thanks. And thanks for all you do, Commissioner Greenberg.
Okay, anything else for Director Greenberg before we move on? Okay, Director Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, will try to be quick, but you pick up things as you hear other directors report. So I got to touch on, first of all, Sarah Chapa. Lauren, congratulations. What a great find for you. And thank you for taking Sarah and not Brianna Franco. Next, I'd like to just mention Jeannie Brannon, Director Gibbs. I'm disappointed to hear that we're losing her from public service. I've known Ginny for something like 25 years. We've seen her in so many roles at the state level and even the national level. But my memory of her is when she was my attorney at the Attorney General's office during a lot of the South Platte issues, Director Sakata in the early 2000s. And she was the typical attorney at the Attorney General's office who was very much a mother hen over her engineers. And what a pleasure it was to have somebody so competent and so engaged as my attorney. I want to mention upcoming fall meetings with the Division of Water Resources every fall. I and a couple other Denver staff members get to go to each of our 7 division offices. And it's that one opportunity each year where I get to see each of our 250 employees and we connect professionally, but we connect personally. And it's just a real treat for me. I always like to deliver the message from the Denver office about the importance of the work they do, and always a special message that I like to pass on, the importance as we go out to all our areas of the state and we have this rich diversity of staff members and water users, and the importance of how they embody that equity, diversity, and inclusion tenet that's so important to the governor and Director Gibbs, and it's important to me. And we just have an amazing staff that does all their water administration, but also in that way that is just creates a very open workplace for everybody. I want to thank Commissioner Greenberg for her comments on the drought task force, and you'll get a little slice, a different perspective on it from each of us on the task force. And I'd just like to make the comment that you said it very accurately. I think it was flexibility in the use of water rights. And I think that also came up in the context of water sharing and people talking about sharing water. And what does that mean? And I think for all the bright people and their diverse backgrounds on that task force, they get a little stymied when they think about water sharing, what that means. And so I just like to, as I do on this board, I like to step in my advisory role and give my perspective. So I've been given a spot on the agenda next week to talk about water sharing and tools, so many processes in the state that allow that fall under that umbrella of how can you share water legally without injuring other water users. We've got a lot. So stay tuned if you want to listen to that. I'm going to be talking about that next week. If you can bring up my slideshow, it's only 2 slides. It's not a slideshow. Don't worry about that. Say that again. I was going to spare you the water administration discussion today because every once in a while you deserve a break, but something timely has come up that I think it's a good time to talk about groundwater regulation in Colorado. And I will be relatively quick, but I have a point to make, and that is the New York Times article that recently came out. You've seen it. I spent an hour with a reporter, and he was a good reporter, and you all have been interviewed in the past. And you know how you can talk for an hour and everything except for that one little comment ends up on the cutting room floor. And it's that comment that's not really representative of the discussion you had. On the table, so the story was America is using up its groundwater like there's no tomorrow. And I'm going to turn the tables on the reporter and just use a quote from him in an email to me. It says, "Thanks very much for all your time. The regulation of groundwater is wildly complex, and I was thrilled to be able to get a bit of a handle on how it works in Colorado." And I really appreciated that from him. That was a good comment because we did spend a lot of time. Unfortunately, if you read the article, a focus on the Ogallala Aquifer and my comment in the context of, well, what are you doing with the Ogallala? Have you calculated the amount of water left and how long it's going to last? And I answered the question of how the General Assembly in the Denver Basin had given the state engineer direction to do rulemaking and that kind of work, and how the USGS does that kind of projection. And then I talked about the Rio Grande Basin, Director Combs, and how the General Assembly, based on local control or local approach, had given us the authority to do that sort of rulemaking and projecting for the unconfined aquifer. And then I said, but the General Assembly has not given us that direction or authority in the Ogallala Aquifer. Well, that's the one comment that's nestled in this report that kind of looks like Colorado does a haphazard effort of regulating groundwater. And unfortunately, it just couldn't be more the opposite. So just real quick, and real quick is famous last words. You've seen this a little bit before, but I'm going to point out, we've got these different aquifers in Colorado. We've got alluvial aquifers on the South Platte, the Arkansas, in the Rio Grande. And those are those gravelly, sandy deposits along our stream systems, geological deposits. And then we have bedrock aquifers, notably the Denver Basin bedrock aquifers. And then we have fractured granite. And I'm just giving you a general idea that fractured granite, of course, is more expansive than that. And then we have the Ogallala Aquifer, confined and unconfined aquifers in the San Luis Valley. So that's sort of a hydrogeologic way of looking at these aquifers. But what's important when we talk about regulation in Colorado, regulation we do in terms of tributary versus non-tributary versus designated groundwater. So I'm going to just quickly tell you that I think you know tributary groundwater based on 1960s legislation. And I'm just going to say the numbers: House Bill 1066 in 1965 and Senate Bill 367, where the state engineer was given authority to look at injury to senior surface water rights when groundwater is being used. And then, of course, Senate Bill 81 in 1969, our 69 Water Right Determination and Administration Act, really solidified that groundwater surface water connection and conjunctive use through augmentation plans, and very rigorous regulation in Colorado. And that's important because since then, we really have a system that you can't pump groundwater without a well permit. You know, and I see some of you grimacing because you know this is the truth, right, Nathan? Right, Director Combs? Without a well permit, without pumping limitations, without measurement, and without reporting. Every high capacity well in the state. That's our rigorous system. And in tributary formations, that is really calculating your depletions to the stream and replacing them. And if you can't do that, you can't pump. That happens under our ARPs, it happens under our replacement plans in the Arkansas, it happens under water court decrees in the South Platte. And so it's very rigorous and very limiting. And non-tributary groundwater, you have this land area allocation limitation. You can pump what underlies your land, and only 1% per year. Very rigorous and measured and monitored. We do that in all of Colorado. Designated groundwater, by law, not connected to the surface streams, a little more open in that regard, but always limited to pumping limitations on the permit, to measurement, to recording, to reporting, all of those things for designated groundwater. In the reporter's comments was, again, this haphazard, we don't even track it. We don't have authority to do it. So I just want to let you know, two examples of sustainability that we do have in Colorado, and I just mentioned them. The Denver Basin, where the legislature told us land area 1% per year. And then also the unconfined aquifer, where there's a statutory obligation to make the aquifer sustainable, make it a sustainable water supply. Granted, we don't have that in the Ogallala, but we do have the local areas in our Northern High Plains designated basin and Southern High Plains, where they're actively working on conservation efforts and how they want to do that and control that at the local level. So there's a lot going on that didn't come through. And all of those go toward this effort toward balance in our groundwater resources to ensure that we have a sustainable water supply, but that our Colorado citizens derive the economic benefit from what is there. Always a tough balance. Oh, how about that? I talked ahead of my slides. I just did want to point out, you can see, you know, the last slide I gave you, the Ogallala, that yellow oval. And then if you look at the eastern part of Colorado, small part of the Ogallala in Colorado, it's a very expansive aquifer. Texas, New Mexico, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, South Dakota, Wyoming. So we just do have that small slice in Colorado and our northern and southern high plains designated basins. And I just want to add at the end of my report one personal note, and that is that we often think of those that came before us. And this is a personal and business related note. We spend so much time talking about the Colorado River in our board meetings and the Bureau of Reclamation and the influences. And I just want to say that I have had the privilege over recent years of sitting down a couple of times and speaking with a man named Manuel Lopez, who was the lower region director for the Bureau of Reclamation in the 1970s. And the reason I've had that privilege is he's the father-in-law of my best friend from college and my friend throughout the years, Keith. And so what a privilege to go to this man that was in it 40 and 50 and 60 years ago, doing this work for the Bureau of Reclamation, and understand what was going on with the Colorado and with the infrastructure design and administration and of the water on the Colorado River. And I spoke to him last a year ago, and this conversation that I had with this 99-year-old man was more lucid than any conversation somebody could have with me right now. And so it was just a great privilege. I got a text from my friend Keith this morning that his father-in-law, Manuel Lopez, had passed away at the age of 100 just last night. And so I'll just say congratulations to him on a life well lived and being one of those pioneers for all the work that we do in the West on water. And Director Felt, that's my report.
Text too. Great.
Yeah.
Any questions for him?
Mr. Chair, Director Ryan, thank you. I have to be honest with you. There's so many times I go back to the YouTube to YouTube and listen to your reports. So I really appreciate the information that you provide us. So thank you. Thank you so much. I wasn't able to attend the Republican River Compact Administration meeting. Colorado hosts it for the second time this year because we were having an operational plan. How did that meeting go?
Kata, so that Republican River Compact Administration meeting happened, I think, about 2.5 weeks ago. And the good news is that after all the difficulty from the lawsuit in 1998, the final settlement stipulation, compact compliance pipeline resolutions, we are on solid ground. We actually resolved some accounting issues. And the big positive for me as the compact commissioner was that I did make a point of recognizing the district, Republican River Water Conservation District, for their retirement of over 10,000 acres in the South Fork in compliance with the 2016 resolution, which significantly enables the pipeline to pump and keep us in compliance. Beyond that, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The meeting went very well. So thank you for asking that.
Fine. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Division of Parks and Wildlife with Director Harris.
All right, thank you, Chairman Feld. Let's see, for the record, I'm Rob Harris. I'm the Water Resources Section Manager at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Director Davis does send his regrets, and we're really working on getting him here, particularly next year. I think we're, more to come on that, but I think our schedules will line up a lot better in the coming year. So thanks to Viola and to our CPW staff for working on that. Yeah, and I also want to recognize Corrine and Glenn for coming here this morning, and hopefully folks saw the Arkansas Headwaters Recreation Area offices across the street. If you don't know much about the AHRA, I think it's one of our most complex and interesting parks units that CPW has. Maybe if you've heard about the voluntary flow management program here in the Upper Ark, that's a really big piece of how that unit is managed, and we have a ton of great partners here in the Upper Ark to help try to reach that 700 CFS target. So completely fascinating, and it really helps, I think, sort of expand our vision about what a park system can look like in this state. So very cool, and thanks for coming. And I'd be also remiss not to note that we also have our Area 13 office here in Salida, as well as our Mount Ouray and Mount Chavano fish units, all within a stone's throw. So all kinds of great CPW activity going on here in Salida. And on the topic of Mount Chavano, we are very close to breaking down on the dam removal. I think I talked about last time. And for those who don't know, there is a low-head dam, and frankly, it's been a major safety hazard on the Arkansas River that CPW is not currently using because of whirling disease. We can't take water straight off the Arkansas because it's infected with whirling disease for our Mount Chavano hatchery. So, it's just, we need to get rid of that dam. And I understand that our core permitting is lined up, and that we just need to finish the contracting at CDPHE with our natural resources damages trustee partners, which includes Executive Director Gibbs and AG Weiser, and also with the funding that we got from our partners here at Chaffee County, and we're very grateful for. So hopefully next time I'm going to have a lot of really cool, interesting pictures of that, knock on wood. So more to come. But we're really, really excited to be so close to the finish line on that. One significant staffing update in our water team at CPW, Patrick Bachman, and this is another poaching story, although fortunately it's not within DNR. We're poaching from the Water Quality Control Division. Patrick Bachman, who's been in their standards unit for 9 years, is going to be joining the water section as a water project mitigation coordinator. So if folks know or have worked with Carlin Armstrong, he's going to help split her overwhelming at this point workload. I think we've gone from 30 projects that we're monitoring to 40 in about the span of 18 months. So it's just the work is growing at an exponential rate. Patrick, we've worked with Patrick for a long time, and he's going to up our water quality game and maybe help give Mindy May a little bit of a break to focus on some other things as well. So super excited. Oh, and Patrick's based in Buena Vista. So, and will continue to be. And we really hope that he'll be able to be more of a presence, particularly in the West Slope, and taking advantage of this great location here geographically. Let's see. And then some just broader organizational updates. CPW relaunched our Colorado Outdoors podcast, so definitely encourage folks to check that out wherever you get your podcasts. And then as Director Gibbs mentioned, we're really excited with the progress of our Keep Colorado Wild. Awesome that we won that award. Like I say, I didn't know about that, but that's super cool. And I was told to, I was sworn on a stack of Bibles to make it clear that these numbers are unverified estimates. Our financial services folks are very clear about this, but we believe we've sold over 1 million passes and that our revenue is over $30 million already, 9 months in, which outstrips what our full year estimate of revenue. So really getting off to a great start there. And then I think, folks, you may have heard that we're also doing some internal culture survey within CPW, and Director Davis and Deputy Director Dugan, they've been kind of doing a road tour, talking about this survey. We had about a 77% response rate on our surveys, and, just trying to figure out what do these numbers mean and just talk to folks and have those conversations. And I got to listen into the one about a week ago in the Northeast region, and really good conversations happening. So I think really, hats off to our leadership for tackling those important issues. And then, finally, just on our new Parks and Wildlife commissioners, we've got Jess Bolio, I think, if I'm not butchering the name, from Denver, and Jess will be representing outdoor recreation and parks, as well as Jack Murphy of Aurora, also outdoor recreation and parks. And then our final new commissioner is Gary Skiba of Durango, who's going to be representing sports persons, and he also has a west slope, west of the Continental Divide seat. And then, yes, as Executive Director Gibbs mentioned, Dallas May is our new chair. So with that, I think that concludes the CPW Director's Report, unless there are any questions.
Okay, thank you, Director Harris. Any questions for him? Our final director report here with the Water Resource and Power Development Authority, and Director McLaughlin is online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first, I want to congratulate Director Riss. I was able to congratulate her in person at the Colorado Water Congress. Well-deserved. And I'd like to reiterate my organization's support for her and the CWCB, if there's anything we can do to support her in her new role and the organization in whole. I wish I could be there in person. I do plan on being there at the January and hopefully March meeting. We have lots of loans in that area. I like that area. In fact, we have 7 loans with the city of Salida, including a 2021 loan where we did their distribution system and treatment plant upgrades there. So a lot of projects in that area of the state, and specifically with Salida. My director report is attached in your notebook there. I'm going to go quickly because I know you guys are short on time. We've been busy. We had 10 applications in August submitted for consideration. All were approved. I'll give you the list of those projects if you want any of the details in terms of the project type or dollars. It's in my written report, but Pine Brook Water District, Highland Lakes Water District, Town of Debec, Town of Silt, Teller County Water and Sanitation District, and the Town of Walden were all approved for drinking water loans. Our loan capacity on the drinking water side is still pretty healthy, particularly with the influx of the bill or IIJA funds. So we've got about a $90 to $100 million that's still available over the next year. On the wastewater side, it's a little bit different story, and we did approve 4 more loan applications at our August meeting to the city of Boulder, East Alamosa Water and Sanitation District, Leadville Sanitation District, and the town of Ramah. The capacity on the wastewater side, unlike the drinking water side, is not as significant as we would like. The amount is about 30 to maybe 40, 45 million for the next year. I do think it's likely that we'll run out of funds on the wastewater side, which would be the first time in our program's history that we've run out of funds. There's been a lot of demand on the program based on the influx of bill funds, but as you guys probably know, those bill or IIJ funds are primarily on the water side, but the demand seems to be at least equal on wastewater and drinking water. So we are running out of funds there. Also, to sort of complicate measures, our funding has been cut. It's in my report there by about 56% on the base program side. We've also seen some cuts under the IIJA. So we've got this tremendous demand coming in for programs, and some cuts in the funding have meant we're trying to scramble to see how we can fund as many projects as we can. to that end, there's some policy issues our board is working on towards the end of the year. Right now, we've got an $18 million cap on the wastewater program. We'll be looking to see if that's the right amount or not, given the huge demand on that program. It's already been limited a couple of times, and it's at that $18 million figure today. We'll also be looking at interest rates. Currently, our interest rates are at 3%, 2%, 1%, depending on your community's income and projects. Rates continue to increase, and while we don't like to increase rates, that's probably the right thing to do. We'll be making a decision on that probably at our December board meeting. And then just a couple other items. I wanted to let this board know that we have a couple of board members that are termed out. Our current chair, Steve Vandiver, who represents the Rio Grande Basin, his term is up October 1. And then in the North Platte Basin, George Corkle's appointment is also up October 1. So if anybody is interested in serving on our board from those areas, those are traditionally harder areas for us to get board members in the North Platte and Rio Grande Basin. So we're looking for board members. So if you're interested or you know someone that's interested, please reach out to me. Then the last thing I want to mention is something we're concerned. I know Director Greenberg had also mentioned it, with the looming government shutdown that seems more inevitable each day. We're looking to see how that's going to impact not only the receipt of our CAP grants, but also the access to those CAP grants. If they're not designated sort of properly, there is the risk that we could not have access to those funds while the government is shut down. So hopefully that's not the case, but it is something we're watching very closely. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
McLaughlin, we've got a question from Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director McLaughlin, thanks for joining us today. On the base funding levels for the CAP grants decreasing, that to me is really scary. I mean, my service on the Water Quality Control Commission, like we talked about the small communities as we really crank down on the standards that are allowed. A lot of these facilities really need a lot of assistance. Can you give us a little more insight? Is there things that I can do as a person to help this remedy this issue?
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the question and the offer to help. The issue is the top line funding for the state revolving fund programs, the base programs that we've had for since 1989, have been reduced to make room for congressionally directed spending. So that's what the modern day sort of earmarks are being called, congressionally directed spending. And so those funds have moved from the state revolving funds over into, congressional hands. So they're now picking the projects for those funds. And so, there's a few different issues with that. One of the main issues is that's all grant funds, right? And for us, if you reduce our program funds, and we've lost about 30 million over the last 2 years, that really equates to 50 or 60 million overall, because those funds aren't revolving back in terms of loan repayments. We are working closely with the congressional staff. Senator Bennett's office, Senator Hickenlooper's office have been really good to work with on this issue, but certainly any letters to our congressional delegation that help support the state revolving funds, I think would be helpful. Unfortunately, none of our congressional delegates sit on the appropriation committees that are making those decisions on the cuts. So we're working with our counterparts at other states to push, because this is happening, nationwide. But I certainly appreciate the question, and it's a big focus of, what I'm doing and what our board is focused in on is restoring those funds.
I am a huge reporter of the revolving fund loans because of that, because it's coming back in and helping communities move on. So really appreciate all your efforts in that, and appreciate Senator Bennett's efforts in that. Aaron, I see you here in the audience, so thank you in helping us achieve that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Director McLaughlin. And we got a question, sorry, one more from Director Brown.
Keith, the question we all want to know the answer to is, where did you get those Hawaiian t-shirts at Water Congress?
That was a marketing decision that some have questioned. It has drawn a lot of attention, though. And if you look closely, our logo is in the shirt, which I thought was kind of clever. But I think when we made the decision to get the Hawaiian shirts, we had some folks scratching our head. But they've turned out to be very popular. In fact, folks from other agencies, including CWCB, have asked if they could get one. And I said, you could, but you have to come work for me. And, you know, then Lauren and at the time Becky would be very upset. And so I wouldn't want to do that, but I appreciate the comments. They're certainly loud.
Get us these shirts so that they can't poach any of our employees for the Hawaiian shirt bonus.
We're gonna get even better Hawaiian shirts.
Well, you know, we've got another pair of shirts in the work now. I won't let any loose lips slip, but you know, the marketing continues.
I heard we're all getting CWCB puka shell necklaces.
Impressive.
In Colorado.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you,
All right.
Director
Thank you all.
McLaughlin. Yeah. And I want to echo Director Sakata's comment. We do have Erin Minks here from Senator Bennett's office, and she is our regional rep, covers San Luis Valley, but also Chaffee County. And Erin, just you're fairly ubiquitous in this part of the state, and really go out of your way to stay tuned into water issues. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to say, but there's a podium.
Yes, hi, I'm Erin Minks. I'm with Senator Bennett's office out of Alamosa, but I like to call my region the Highway 285 Mountain District Corridor because I cover Park, Chaffee, and the Valley. So we see Highway 285 as a really important transportation corridor here. But yes, I get to work closely with Commissioner Feltz and many of the rest of you through various hats. But just speaking to what Keith just said about the base funding concerns, it is something we've been tracking for over a year now, I think since the first funding came through in fiscal year 2022, probably. So I think there's a lot of layers to the strategy to raise the concerns around those particular funds. But I know we're trying to really advise small communities that come to us, hoping for that dream big bucket of nothing but grant, which I'm sure if Keith is still on there, I mean, everybody wants nothing but grant. But that's not how the Water and Power Authority is set up. So I think we're trying to be as thoughtful as we can, both offices, and how we can lead the conversation, but it's much bigger than us. And I appreciate Keith flagging the Appropriations Committee dimension to that, because that is a piece that it sounds like National Governors Association has a strategy there that might be really effective, but we understand the problem pretty deeply. We just have been trying to get our head down to figure out how much we can actually help solve it. So I appreciate you bringing it up.
Thanks, Erin. Okay, so now we're scheduled for a break. And during this break, we're going to do a group photo down by the river. I think maybe if we could try, just for the sake of our virtual audience, say we're going to shoot to be back by 11. And maybe we can all take like a 5-minute break for biological needs and then meet out here on the patio. I also want to mention, so Viola, you have a photographer coming or here. Also have Jan Wondra here from the Arkansas Valley Voice. It's a local online newspaper. She's going to take some photos and maybe doing an article and might want to talk to some of you at some point. And we may have somebody else from the Mountain Mail out there. I don't know. That is our other local newspaper. So let's take a break and try to get back by 11.
Recording stopped.
This is agenda item 5. It's the water plan grants, and these are the grants recommended for approval that are over $100,000. So in this round, I think we've received about 35 grant applications total, but what's in this agenda item is those 18 that are recommended that are over the $100,000 threshold. And I'm going to turn it over to the team that reviews these sort of by category to run through each of the grants, but I did want to just acknowledge that the regional team has been instrumental in reviewing all of these. They handle all of the kind of detailed work behind the scenes on contracting and on disbursements of funds. So that's Laura Duncan, who is based here in Salida. We've got Laura Span, Ashley Garrison, and Jackie Doust. That's the regional group. Those that are going to present today are sort of what we kind of refer to as our category leads. These are the staff that before having the regional team really led the category by category reviews. And so we'll have Nora Flynn present the ag grants, and then Kevin Reedy will do conservation and land use. Chris Sturm will handle the watershed health, and Matt Stearns will run with storage and supply. So I think the plan is we'll have them run through all of those. Certainly, you know, you all can ask questions as we go, and then if appropriate, we'll do an in-block approval of all of the grants, all categories combined. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nora.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, Nora Flynn, CWCB staff for the record.
Big round.
Oh, I don't know if Anna meant to do this slide, but this is the overview of everything that we got in July. Okay, so agriculture grant category, we had a total of 5 applications. I'm going to tell you about 3 of them today because they're over that $100,000 amount. One of them you saw in the director's report, and another is not currently recommended at this time. So I'll read a brief summary, and then I'll pause, and then I'll look for the secret signal from Director Phelps to move on to the next one. Okay. If you're ready. Okay. Okay, so the first one is 5A. The applicant is Colorado Cattlemen's Association. The title of the project is Scaling Up Ag Water Education and Funding Outreach. It is a statewide project, statewide impact. The request is for $475,000 for a 3-year project. The main objectives of the project are to conduct outreach and training on agricultural water issues, assisting ag groups in understanding funding opportunities. The groups that are going to receive this outreach and education are the 39 member affiliate groups of Colorado Cattlemen's Association and 15 member organizations of the Colorado Ag Water Alliance and more folks in the water community. This is a joint project between Colorado Cattlemen's Association and Colorado Ag Water Alliance. They're going to do these educational opportunities in person and online. This project works to support, you know, some of the priorities that we set out in the Colorado Water Plan. One of them is Action 2.2, integrating capacity building for ag organizations. And another priority we had, which was streamlining funding for agriculture infrastructure. It was noted in the staff review that outreach to the agricultural community is a really crucial part of our mission and the current times, and that we want to reach that group as much as possible. And so the applicants have agreed to include CWCB staff as much as possible when appropriate to help make sure we're getting the right information out there to these stakeholders. So the staff recommendation is full funding of this project.
Okay, any questions on the Colorado Cattlemen's Association grant?
Agenda item 5B. One great aspect of having the regional coordinators is that they
teach you how to say Florida correctly. So this is the Florida Consolidated Ditch Company. This is the Florida Canal Diversion Structure Rehab Increase. This project has received a couple other sources of CWCB funding, including grants and loans. Matt Stearns has been the lead on that, and we've worked closely with him on this grant application. What happened is that with the project that they've previously received grants and loans for, it went to bid, it came up a higher amount than they had the amount of funding to do the project. And part of the issue with that was that an important multi-benefit diversion structure improvement was potentially going to be nixed from the project. So that's what makes it a fit for the water plan grant program, is this multi-benefit structure that is going to improve fish passage and increase safety on the river. This diversion structure also delivers water to over 6,000 acres of farms. The CWCB holds 2 in-stream flows on the Florida River. So this is in support of some of our priorities with water plan grants of supporting multi-benefit projects, and staff recommends full funding.
Okay, any questions on the Florida Canal Diversion application? Okay.
Agenda item 5C is the San Luis Valley Water Conservancy District. The project is the San Luis Valley Rye Resurgence Project. Their request is $405,000. This project includes everything from planting rye to processing to transporting, packaging, marketing, with the end goal being that they will have created a functioning and blooming market for a rye crop in the San Luis Valley. The reason that the proponents want to do this is for many benefits, including reducing the growers' reliance on groundwater to grow crops. They want an alternative crop like rye that covers the soil when they're not growing their other major cash crop, potatoes. And they believe that rye, with its deep root system and the way it covers the soil, can improve soil health. In staff review of this project, it was noted that, we're frequently speaking about how we need agriculture to adapt to a hotter, drier future, and that it's important that CWCB helps shoulder some of the risk that trying out new things takes for the agricultural community. This project also helps support priorities that we set out in the Colorado Water Plan, Action 2.10, integrating soil health, water conservation, and adaptive practices that increase economic output with less water. So staff recommend full funding.
Okay, any questions on the San Luis Valley project? Yes, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nowhere on this one, I saw in the application, a big contributor to this were distillers and bakers. And so I thought that was exciting, that it looked like there was really a need that they were actually stepping up to the plate as well to provide support. Is that true? Or am I reading too much into that?
That is true. And I think Heather Dutton has offered that as a, not in writing deliverable, but possible product of this would be maybe some tasting at the end of this.
Well, great. Heather, if you're listening, we'll make sure we do that. But thank you, Nora.
Director Combs.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak positively about this. We hear all the time, cut back, raise a new crop. They're approaching this correctly. They're getting the marketing lined up and the incentive for producers to grow a crop that legitimately will use less water and it can pay the bills. This is a genius plan. Yes, Heather, I said it out loud. But they honestly have a great idea here to incentivize rather than, it's more the carrot than the stick. So hats off to their innovation on this. This is a great project.
Thank you. Director Greenberg.
I want to echo Director Combs' statement. As you saw in here, our STAR Soil Health Program is a partner in this effort, and this proposal is intending this is farmer led, intending to do exactly what our STAR program is built to facilitate, both from a technical assistance, grant making, equipment and marketing standpoint. But the fact that it's coming from the valley, the producers themselves, is remarkable, and we're going to keep following their lead. And I think this whole package of the three proposals just shows the ways in which our ag community is, I think, taking the water plan seriously and using that as a roadmap to be proactive. And I'm just really excited to see all these proposals.
Any other comments? I think I would add too, just someone who's involved in a couple water conservancy districts. It's pretty neat to see a water conservancy district sort of helping lead such an innovative program and really stepping, fully filling out the space that a conservancy district could in terms of supporting agriculture. Director Sakata, do you have another comment?
It's not on this one, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
When you're done with this one, if I could go back to 5A, I'd appreciate it.
Go back to 5A. Okay.
Before Nora leaves.
Okay. Nothing more on this one. So let's entertain 5A again.
Thanks. Sorry, Nora, I wasn't quick enough in looking on my booklet. I'm not a member of Colorado Cattlemen's Association, but I do want to also speak in support of this and that and I see that Walton Family Foundation is also a supporter of this project. It was as part of this, I think earlier supported effort, they had a group of us conservation people as well as farmers and ranchers. And I think we met monthly across the state. I mean, and that's where I met people like Bart Miller, Aaron Citron, and have just developed great friendships over this. So I think CCA really takes this outreach effort seriously, and I really appreciate that. So my question finally though, Nora, is I always like to look at who else is helping sponsor this. And I didn't recognize who Rainbow Park Water Company was. Do you happen to know who that is? I always like to recognize people's participation in this. No idea. Well, anyway.
I don't know, but I would phone a friend if Laura knows.
Again, I just like to recognize those people that are participating and contributing financially to these projects.
Yeah, hi, Laura Span. I'm the Regional Water Plan Grant Manager, assisting on this grant. They're one of the irrigation water users that CCA and CAWA are supporting. They have already stepped up to commit to participate in some of the opportunities around funding and the planning for projects that is required for those funding requests. So they have come to the table with their own cash as part of that in order to say, yeah, we're ready for this. So hope that answers your question, Director
You
Scott.
did, and I really appreciate they want to recognize that on their part. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to go back.
Thanks, Laura. Okay, I think that's it for you, right, Nora?
Yep.
All right, and Kevin's up next with conservation and land use planning. Yeah, I think, Anna, we're doing them all in block, right?
Block. All right. Great. Good morning. Kevin Reedy, CWCB staff. And I, for one, really enjoy the Laws rye whiskey from the rye from the San Luis Valley. It is absolutely delicious. So you got my support for that one too. So we had a big round this time for the conservation land use planning bucket. A lot of good projects. Get this up a little bit. So we've got, I'll be presenting 6 to you guys, and we've got 2 on the consent agenda for a total of about $442,735.14. Always love those when there's 14 cents coming in there. I don't know what that pays for, but so we'll kick it off first. 5D, the Colorado State University of Polaris Land Use and Water Planning Tool. If you remember, and I don't know if anybody was on the board, the same members were when we first looked at this a number of years ago. It was the first iteration of this tool. They worked with 6 water providers and communities across the Northern Front Range, and they were working with some special districts and municipalities. So it's just a nice thing for this tool, can kind of bridge that gap. But what it has done is created a water demand forecasting tool based on zoning specifications in municipal zoning or county zoning, really, if you've got that. And It's another way to look at water demand and another way to look for future growth and how that plays out in their local area. But this time around, the applicant wanted to really reach out and try to spread this a little bit further across the state and add workshops and some more kind of bells and whistles to it. It's an open source and anybody can use this. But also the CSU One Water Center can help them as well. Local jurisdictions pull data if they need to. But it's been really helpful for some of these jurisdictions like Westminster and I think Northern Weld County and Fort Collins, Loveland, I think we're on that too. And the nice thing about that is too, a special district, you're spanning a lot of political boundaries. And so it's kind of a much harder thing to do with population and trying to estimate water demand based on people. And so this is another way to kind of look at that. And the next applicant I'll talk about is there's a kind of a tie-in, and I'll say that when I come to them. But it's a pretty neat tool. And also this time around, I talked to the applicant a couple months back and I said, hey, can we look at this as a way to better define the land use driver in our scenarios for our scenario planning in our technical update, because that's one part that we don't have a lot of information on. And if we can get enough data across the state representative of enough places, I think that could really help us flesh that part out and really kind of get a better handle on what land use does as a driver in our scenario planning process too. So hopefully that kind of pans out in that area. I'm not sure if we'll have enough data in the short term to do that, but I think it's a good way to go for that. And also it ties in with, action 1.1, defining water saving communities. So that's that one. It's $269,000, $534 and some cents with an applicant match of almost $90,000. Okay, moving on. Oh, and I'm sorry. And we're going to try to get at least 25 communities to do this right off the bat through the workshops. Hopefully more. We kind of wanted to be a little conservative and not really over promise for that. Next one, 5E, Alamosa County.
Kevin, were there any questions on that one?
Do you have your,
Yes.
what's your secret sign for me? Do you have a unique one for everybody? All right. Yes. Nice. All right.
Director Sakata?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Kevin, you mentioned the 25 additional. I saw in the application, they said 50 workshops. Is that at a different goal or is that?
No, it was more like 50 communities. I think originally they wanted 50 communities. We're like, let's scale that back a little bit just to make sure. But it was going to be not 50 workshops or like that, but it was going to be more about like 4 or 5, probably across the state in various areas. So, and I asked him, the applicant, I said, do we have, he's like, he's got some interest from across the place, but he doesn't have it all set up yet. So, my suggestion to him was that we could, CWCB and our counterparts at DOLA could help organize these workshops as well and help present a little bit on this stuff too, just to kind of drive it home that it's going to be an important thing for the state of Colorado to be looking at,
right.
And that it's going to be have some far-reaching implications.
Yeah, very good. And I think as you do that, I think 25 is more realistic too. Yeah. But as you're doing that, I think see how it's adaptable to the smaller communities.
Yes, exactly.
Because that's where they don't have the resources to manage this. And then I think you're probably going to lead up to it, but that's what my next question was with Alamosa County next grant, if they would be able to utilize this. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Okay. Keep going.
All right. So on to Alamosa County, 5E, Alamosa County Comprehensive Plan Update. As we were talking about just there, I thought this was a really good tie-in with this tool. And since Alamosa County is updating their comp plan with this grant, it would be a really good way to kind of look at different possibilities, different future scenarios for Alamosa County to run through this tool as well as we developing it. So I'm hoping the timing works out for them to do it. If not, we'll have it ready and then they can use it at a later date. But this project is updating the 2008 comprehensive plan for Alamosa County. And this came about from our Growing Water Smart workshop, which we talked about so far in this yesterday and today. And the next one's going to be in Grand Junction, which is a good one on the West Slope for the first time in collaboration with the River District, I might say too. They're one of the funders for this. For the one coming up, but in the San Luis Valley one, this came up as a really important part of what they were looking at, and their principal planner, Richard Hubler, was there participating in the workshop, and he was like, "Hey, we need to kind of get a better handle on all this stuff." So really, what he's going to be looking at is, really looking at water in their comprehensive plan for the first time. In 2008, he said, yeah, we had some in there, but it wasn't really addressing what we needed to address. So really looking at how growth is going to impact water resources in the valley, especially in Alamosa County. Hopes that other counties can look at this as a model, or other municipalities, and use their comp plan strategy they're doing here. But you know, they're tying in with a number of water plan actions on this, and they hope to have it a template. But I found it really interesting is that what he wants to do is really work with the city of Alamosa and around the edges where they might be annexing it out into the county, right? And say, hey, can we work together and get something lined up so that when you do come and annex something out there, we're all on the same page. So I thought that was a really strong point of this, as well as possibly using this CSU tool to help them to define what that growth looks like, and really making those trade-offs and see what they want to see in their future.
Questions on this one? Director Combs.
There again, I was just going to speak positively. I mean, everybody knows the issues we've been dealing with in the valley, trying to get sustainability and those things. And it's great to have the municipalities coming in and seeing what their role is.
Yep.
They've kind of been, rightfully so, a little bit slower on the process. This has been more of an agricultural issue, but it's great to see the counties addressing it, and then that interface with the city. So we're really glad they're doing this.
Any other questions? Okay.
All right. And I'll add too, they've got a match from DOLA as well through their energy and impact fund, I think too, of 150,000. So that's a good connection there as well. City of Grand Junction Gray Water Education Incentive Program. Grand Junction passed a gray water ordinance back in 2022 in fall, which is a really good step. But they're, one of a few, this was a gray water law was passed a number of years ago that left it up to the local jurisdictions to pass their own ordinances. It wasn't a state law mandating it across the state, but it's like, hey, if you pass your own ordinance, you can do this in your jurisdiction. So not a ton have done this, but they're planning to do a full-on education campaign. They want to talk to Denver, City and County of Denver, because they're in the process of doing the same thing. And so I, encourage them to be trading information and basically stealing everything from Denver if they could, right? So just take what they can and use it in their materials. But a really fascinating part of this is that they're working with Colorado Mesa University, and they're going to be, for a new construction of a building, and they're going to be incorporating gray water into that building, which I think is the sweet spot for this, for a larger intensive use in a large building, a dorm, multifamily, whatever you want to call it. That's kind of where I think this is probably headed. And they're going to be using that for irrigating about 4,000 square feet outside the building, around the building. So I thought that was a really good partner to have in there, and a really good demonstration project. And they're going to reduce the water use for the university on those sides. And also they're going to have an incentive part to this where they're going to be, doing the education up front, and then they're going to have incentivizing homeowners to do this laundry to landscape kind of gray water system where it goes from their washer out to their landscape, much like we've funded down in La Plata County as well. And that one is $139,240 grant with $20,000 from this university for their matching for that, and the applicants bringing $52,000. And this definitely ties in with 1.1, 1.5, as well as their Grand Junction has just created a new Grand Valley Regional Water Conservation Plan with Ute and Clifton, and so that's part of what they're talking about in that plan as well. So it's all been kind of brought forward at the same time.
Questions on this one? Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin, this is where I'm going to get a little picky on you.
All
Sorry.
right. Do it.
Is really questioning how you're defining water savings in the sense I am a huge supporter of gray water and purple pipes. Serving on the Water Quality Control Commission again, I saw the huge value of that. Didn't ever make sense to me that we're using potable water to irrigate our landscapes and then we go buy fertilizer and put on top of there too. It's just like a huge mistake. But when we're really talking about water savings, we're just changing, it's the consumptive use is staying the same. They're not diverting as much. So it's maybe a savings to the city diverting less water.
Yes.
But actually water consumption is the same.
Yeah, I'll say that I should have maybe said it was more of a water efficiency aspect versus a conserve or save water. Yeah, I agree with you that we're on the same page there too. I sometimes I slip up and use the different term, but yeah, you're right. Exactly right. It's much like a larger reuse system. It's an efficient way where you can reuse water over that you've already delivered, or if you don't have to divert. So,
Right.
yep.
But I am
Good point.
total support of the grant and their efforts. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. 5G, Resource Central, building statewide capacity for turf removal. And I've got a number of these grants that are dealing with landscape and transformation and turf removal. This is, obviously a very popular topic right now with our turf replacement program. And being in this space for about 21 years now, I really feel that we are at a different tipping point here on this landscape transformation thing that I've ever seen in my career. And I feel that momentum happening. So this is really nice to see these grants coming in for this kind of these kind of projects. So what Resource Central is doing, I've had the pleasure of working with them probably since about 2005 or 2006 when I was at Aurora Water. And they've always done such a great job, and they're really good at taking seed money and turning it into something that works and goes forward. Not everything probably they've done over the years has panned out that way. But my experience with them is that they take a little bit of seed money and they make it really grow. And they've done a great job. And they're working with something like 47 water providers and communities across the Front Range. But what they want to do here is we had this discussion with them about really trying to amp up this turf replacement across the state, and also build capacity in other parts of the state that aren't really doing this as much yet or haven't ventured into it yet. So specifically, they want to really expand their base, along the Front Range like they've been doing, and get more turf replacement taken out, and build more partnerships with people. But number two, they want to go on over to the West Slope and really take their lessons they've learned over the last number of 10, 15 years with the turf replacement at least, and help other organizations on the West Slope and communities figure out how to do that for themselves. And I think that's they don't want to do it themselves, right? They said we can't be everywhere at once, but we want to work with communities and help them figure out what our models, what's working for us in our model, and have them emulate it if they can. And so I think that's a really big need, because we've had a huge influx of projects on turf replacement on the West Slope in the last couple of years, and people are really gaining a lot of ground on that and really starting up good projects. But I think there's a need for some more capacity building over there. So what they want to do is they want to, like I said, expand their Metro Front Range partners, expand to the West Slope, but help people, build capacity and figure out, how they can do it better over there. And maybe bring some new folks in, obviously, but also too, the really interesting part of this application is really kind of innovating on some of the barriers they're running into through their own experience, such as scaling up turf programs, right, and projects, either getting farther reach or doing larger scale projects in place, like acres we're talking about, but also the disposal of large quantities of sod. It's a problem they're having. And so I'm like, well, this is going to be a problem we're going to have. So let's try to figure this out and figure out maybe another market mechanism or some kind of pathway, a better pathway to dispose of it, because they're having trouble now getting rid of large quantities of sod, which is, you don't think about that when you're talking about these kind of projects, but they want to try to tackle that, look at that. Also, non-chemical conversion to native grass areas. They want to try to do something without using pesticide or herbicides and things like that. So they want to invest in that and look at any other way they can do that and test out some possibilities there. So really, they want to pilot all these kind of try to get around these barriers, but also expand capacity on the West Slope and expand more work in the Front Range.
Director Vasquez.
But this is an ignorant question, but do you run into problems in any communities where HOAs require front lawn grass?
They have in the past, but there are now, we've just had a new bill that just passed last session that basically, I hope it puts the nail in that coffin, because I think the first bill was passed in 2004, I think, that said you can't not let people do xeriscape, right, at HOAs. But somehow they got around it where they would bring it in through the design committees and just say, oh, this design's not good enough, this design's not good enough. And then finally they said, okay, I'll put grass in, you won, right? So I think that's kind of where it went. And now there's more. They did the common area part now a couple of years ago where they said you can allow common areas, but then this latest bill kind of said, hey, you need to be able to allow this and you can't discriminate against it, basically. So there has been that issue for sure.
And it's so ironic because xeriscaping started in Colorado, right?
Yeah. So it's an issue for sure. It still is. And it's hard to kind of get around that sometimes, when somebody it's these HOAs are there and they've got that, local control there and they're doing it and nobody knows how to get around that sometimes when they're a resident.
Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin, well, thanks first to Jackie. Jackie, we sat down and went through some of these grants at first, and I think also to Elizabeth Scoder, and with regards to the Corona survey that's not being done now, I think the expertise that Research Central has, it'd be interesting to have them develop a report of what's the barriers are and what's working and what's not working, because I thought there was going to be a great link together there.
Yep.
For example, one issue I was wondering, it's going to be a new barrier would be the Aaron Rodgers barrier with sports.
Yes.
With athletes now saying they don't want to play on artificial turf.
Exactly.
Thank
I'm
you.
not a fan of artificial turf. I'll go on the record saying that for sure. But that's great. Thanks for that. Because I saw that Corona research one and I said, okay, that it was looking at something a little different, but yet it could really feed into this and we could help that, as well as our Consent Agenda Alliance for Water Efficiency one too, is they're looking at from the programmatic side with the water utilities and seeing what's working there and barriers, and also really looking through an equity lens on that stuff too in that study, as well as like what are the barriers to participation from customers, right? For their water customers, why aren't they participating in this, right? And they're going to investigate that. But all three of these projects will inform each other, and we can they're taking on different facets, but I've already talked to Research Central and AWE, Alliance for Water Efficiency, to talk, as you guys need to talk as you're going forward, so we can make sure we're not duplicating anything and you are helping each other get the best out of this.
Well, great. Thanks for your efforts and coordinated that.
Director Riss.
Kevin, thank you. Can you just explain a little bit for, just the record of the conversation, how the grant to Resource Central will work in conjunction with our turf removal program?
Good question. So as you heard earlier, we've gone through that money for the last bill, right? So I expect probably something's coming down the pipe again, I would think, because it was pretty popular. And it seemed like, I don't know if we can attribute to just that program, but there are a lot more communities doing that now than they were 2 or 3 years ago, right? They're doing turf replacement programs and they've built it up. And I think some of the funding did have an effect on that. This will take on part of that role and get some new people in. It's just not knowing whether or not there's another bill coming down and what that future is and what that looks like. I expect we're going to be doing this for a number of years. That's my gut telling me that this is happening now, and either it's going to be through this or through another bill coming through. But I expect them to work together for sure. And, we'll make sure that, whoever they're reaching and through their contacts, if we do have another bill come through for turf replacement, we can, work with that and say, okay, listen, you guys are covering this. We're going to focus on these other folks across different parts of the state that aren't, taking part in this. I think that would be the key. It's just not knowing whether or not there's a bill coming, which I think there probably will be. I don't know. Seemed like it was positive enough this time around that I think people are pretty happy with that. But again, it's just trying to kind of fill that gap right now, go forward with something that we know we can do right now, and then we'll, fill the rest in with something like that, I think. Hopefully that answered the question.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, 5H, Mile High Youth Corps, single family home water audits and installs. This is something we have funded in the past. But it's a really good program. And, I think the Youth Corps came up either today or yesterday, I think, in the conversation, maybe during their director's reports today. And they've been a great partner. They, as you guys know, or maybe not know, they train up young adults in various, either, maybe invasive removal or, fire or for this example, it's energy and water auditing for low-income residents of various communities. And they're focusing on Westminster and Lakewood this time, right around the outside of Denver. but they're going to be hitting about 510 service visits for their, using the 60% state median income to qualify for that. This really gets at again, as we were talking about, gets at one of those barriers of participation in some of these programs, because sometimes people don't have enough upfront money to either pay for, buy something and then get rebated later, or whatever it is. So in this terms of this, it might be a toilet or other parts to it, but they get in there and they pass on education from, whoever they're working with, whether it's, City of Westminster, from their utility department, or Lakewood, and they retrofit toilets, faucets, shower heads, as well as they're partnering with some other folks too, where they're bringing in efficient energy fixtures as well, like light bulbs and things like that. So we're kind of getting, a lot of mileage out of this from both sides, energy and water nexus there. But they're going to install about 410 ultra high efficiency toilets. And then they're really good about tracking the savings in this stuff, the demand reduction in the houses. Anyway, it's just a really good program. And we have been talking to them in the last couple of years about expanding out into maybe some horticulture and turf replacement things too, landscape things. So that's a whole nother area, again, just talking with them, but I think it could be pretty ripe for that too as well. So that's another kind of connection we can make through these things. So $183,000 grant request, and they're coming in with the funding, other funding of $208,000. So they've really got some good funding coming in for this too as well.
Questions on this one? Okay.
Okay. Okay, 5I. And I think this is our last one here. Arapahoe County Irrigation Water Conservation Study, Planning and Implementation. So as you may know too, we've got they're finishing up a grant for replacing about 3 acres on the Arapahoe County's main admin building in Littleton. And boy, I went out there. I should have brought a picture of it. It looked great. I was out there about actually Chris and I came back from the DNR picnic. We rode our bikes down to Chatfield. I said, hey, he was showing me all sorts of river projects. And I'm like, hey, I need to show you a project. And you could just come off right off Santa Fe off the South Platte Trail and you can see it. And I'm like, hey, what does that look like to you? It looks like green grass. It is. And so we go over there and it was all native seed that looked beautiful. I mean, it was really coming in well. So they did a really great job in that first part of it, and they're doing other properties. And this is kind of a almost a redux of this, but they're looking at the east side of their main admin building, among other things, a number of other properties, probably about 10 to 11 acres in total, I think. And it seems like they're going to have a pretty substantial water savings. And the good thing about this is that they're working with Denver Water, Aurora Water, and Arapahoe County Water and Wastewater Authority, because they're spanning all those jurisdictions. So it's a really neat partnership between a county working with water providers in special districts to get this stuff done. And also it's really looking at their long-term, conservation initiative of reducing, water use and resource of this, the key resource countywide. And they've developed a water action plan as well. And this kind of goes hand in hand with, they're doing a whole landscape code revision for their county as well, and working with all their water providers. And I'll say that too, that these folks are a graduate of Growing Water Smart workshops as well. So a lot of this stuff has come out in the last couple of years, and it's kind of going along that line too. So it's a kind of a through line from where they're, kind of hashing out this stuff as an action plan to go with this. So it's a really neat job. And I think really, and Director Felt, you probably know this better than anybody, but the county's roles, as you're saying, the conservancy districts are kind of filling out what they can do. And I think we're seeing a lot of the counties really fill out their roles a little bit more in terms of water, where maybe 5-10 years ago, like, hey, that's not our role. We don't really do that too much. Same with water providers on the land use side. Oh, we don't do land use. We don't do that. But there's a really good kind of connection there that they can kind of jump in a little bit and kind of fill a little void maybe that's missing, and really work with these water providers a little bit better. So, but it's going to be a really good project. They've been exemplary so far. So I think that is $121,798, and the applicant match of $130,398. And I think that's it for those 6.
Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin, just get to spout off on one of my other real big concerns on and not about the project, but I hope they would take into consideration in their application, they talked about one of the areas being impacted by de-icing materials. And I hope that in their design, I think sometimes we lack on how we're designing pedestrian trails that reduces the need for us to use de-icing materials. And even, I mean, would hope they would maybe think out the box, whether there's, like solar panels that reflectivity can help melt it, or, make it easier for we can remove it mechanically, because we're just really seeing the impacts of these de-icers in our waterways. And I think designing from the beginning would be really beneficial. So I'm glad that they mentioned this in this application.
Yeah, that's great. That's good catch there too. Good bring up, yeah.
If I may.
Yes.
In addition to de-icing, dust mitigation is the same way with the salts that are used and then flowing out into surrounding landscape and watercourses. So both winter and summer, we seem to be harming our environment.
Any other comments? All right, thanks, Kevin.
All right, thank you.
Next up is Chris Sturm for Watershed Health and Recreation.
Good morning, Chris Sturm, the Watershed and Flood Protection Section. Be talking about the watershed health and recreation category today. We received 8 applications to be considered this morning, and then had a bunch on the consent agenda as well. It's nice that our stakeholders have caught up and realized that we merged the watershed restoration program with the water plan grant program, and I think all these applications reflect that we've did a good job getting that out. I see lunch coming out, so I'll be as quick as I possibly can and start with 5J. This is an application from the River Network for the Environmental Flows Cohort Pilot Training Program, statewide application, so statewide benefit here. And the water plan grant request is $153,697 and total project cost of over $247. And this is an effort to help planning practitioners develop the skills and technical support so they can increase the number of environmental flow recommendations coming out of our watershed planning. And the River Network's 2021 report to the CWCB and the state, they noted that only 7% of stream management plans are providing recommendations for environmental and recreational flow targets. I think this is a result of some trouble identifying what their objectives were in watershed planning and not fully understanding the hydrological requirements of healthy rivers associated with those objectives. And this effort will help folks on the ground doing this planning process. First of all, understanding how we develop hydrology around specific objectives, and then work with stakeholders to discuss those hydrological requirements and decide whether or not stakeholder groups want to move forward with flow recommendations related to those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chris, I always like going to meetings. Do you think they'd let us know when some of these are? I'd love to attend some of the trainings. And kind of following that would be, I think it's really important for them to engage the agricultural community in these because they'll play such a big role.
Absolutely, Director Sakata. And if in here, they note that there'll be at least two staffers from the CWCB involved in this process. So we'll certainly let the board know when those meetings are. And the agricultural community has been a big part of stream management planning. And so we'll ensure that as we get into the scoping process, if the board approves funding, that they're well represented in this process.
Any other questions on this? Yes, Director Combs.
Chris, you alluded to the point on the 7%, and that struck me too. Is it 7% that are just not qualifying those low targets? Because it's not that they're not working on the environmental and the reparations there. It's just that they're not addressing a flow target. Or do you have a little more background on that statistic? Because that seems overwhelmingly low considering the work that's happening.
Director Combs, it is overwhelmingly low and a big miss. And I have a lot of thoughts about stream management planning and I won't get too deep into it right now. But you are going to see that term kind of migrating away. Stream management planning is watershed planning at a graduate level. But a basic function of watershed planning is understanding your hydrology. And when you walk into a group of stakeholders that include all our different water users, and you tell them, we're going to come up with some flow recommendations, and you don't even have objectives around those flow recommendations, you're starting in a very bad place. When you walk into a group of stakeholders and say, we don't really understand our hydrology as it relates to river health. If we have a fishery that we value, what type of hydrology do we need for that fishery? If we have a riparian area that we value, what type of hydrology do we need to support that riparian area? And if we can't understand the hydrology associated with that, then we should be talking about flow needs, which lead to flow recommendations. So I can't specifically tell you where the breakdown was on that statistic. A lot of groups, though, did get mired in this discussion of flow recommendations before they even looked at hydrology. So it's going to be very important as we enter watershed planning to say, first, let's develop these foundational elements, understand our biology, understand our hydrology, understand our geomorphology. Then we could take it to that next level of identifying what flows would support our objectives.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
Well, that was really my question, because I thought if this is to just objectively raise these numbers, I don't know that it has a winning strategy yet, but I appreciate that clarification.
Yes, and Director Combs, it's going to be more than about raising those numbers. It's going to be about how do we define hydrology with objectives in our watershed planning, and then work with our stakeholders to move that forward. If the stakeholder group agrees that that's what should be done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions on that one? Okay.
Okay, next item is 5K. This is the Alamosa Riverfront Project Phase 1 out of the Rio Grande Basin, brought forward by the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation with $182,900 request for a total funding project cost of $787,000. This grant will support preliminary designs, engineering, and permitting with a multi-benefit project. Our partners at the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation have always been very adept at bringing us multi-objective projects, and this one included. It's going to result, these designs will lead to implementation of new areas for public access to the river in Alamosa, new recreational infrastructure, diversion improvements, advanced habitat, improved water quality on the river through the town of Alamosa, as well as mitigating flood risks.
Questions on this one? Director Combs.
I just have to speak positively about it to the group that's doing it and what they're trying to do as we sit on a riverfront project. I'm glad other cities are doing it. So just speaking in support of it.
Okay. All right.
Okay, agenda item 5L. This is a application brought forth by Trout Unlimited for the Telluride Valley floor post removal action project in the Southwest Basin, specifically the San Miguel Drainage Basin. And this will support a post reclamation revegetation project to complement the EPA's recent removal of mine tailings along the San Miguel River. It's 15 acres and 3,200 linear feet. The CWCB is been involved in a couple different phases of the San Miguel restoration in the Telluride area. And this dovetails into those as well. And we are recommending full funding of $203,113.35.
Questions on this one? Okay.
Okay, agenda item 5M. An application brought forward by the Blue River Watershed Group for the Blue River Habitat Restoration Project. This is a design project of nearly 3 miles of stream. The request and funding recommendation is for $425,115 with a total project cost of just under $3 million. This is an area of the Blue River below Dillon Dam Reservoir that was identified through their integrated water management planning process that the CWCB supported with a lot of funding. And the project will bring conceptual plans to 100% design with construction ready documents to implement restoration efforts on the prioritized reaches of up to 3 miles. The actions identified through planning that we support come forward for funding requests. The next agenda item 5N brought forward by the Learning by Doing group out of Grand County for the Grand County Stream Management Plan update. This is in the Colorado Basin. The request is $352,000, just over $352,000. The total project cost of just under $470,000. This was one of the first stream management plans of which I'm aware. And I do not believe the CWCB had any funding involved in the first iteration, which was created in 2010. Since then, they have been updating the plan. Phase 1 was to do some comprehensive watershed assessments and stakeholder outreach. The CWCB approved funding for that. And phase 2 here in this proposal with public input will develop and publish an updated stream management plan with a website showing current conditions, the results of the watershed assessment, also show priority areas. And here's the most important part: identify future restoration projects. So if approved, we will take an active role in supporting this update to ensure that the plan has specific project actions so that after this, we could see future grant requests for implementation of the plan.
Questions on this one? Okay. Oh, I was waiting for this. Director Boucher.
Thank Chris very much for that presentation and time, and also just speak positively to Learning by Doing as a very unique partnership within our state. Their involvement in continuing to work on Grand County Stream Management Plan is much appreciated. So thank you.
Okay, anything else? Okay.
Okay, agenda item 5O brought by the City of Westminster for the Big Dry Creek Channel Restoration. Phase 1 of this is a $650,000 request with a total project cost of double that, $1.3 million. This is in the Metro Basin in Jefferson County. And it's also a multi-objective construction project with nearly 5,000 feet of stream area to be restored or protected and 26 acres of habitat to be restored or protected. Project goals include stabilizing the channel, reestablishing channel sinuosity in an area that has been straightened through time, improving water quality, habitat, ecological value, and of course having a significant flood hazard protection nexus for the community of Westminster.
Questions on this one?
We're getting close to the end here. This one brought forward by the Boulder Watershed Collective for the Boulder Creek Engagement and Innovation Project. Funding request of $198,600 and a total project cost of just under $400,000. This is in South Platte Basin and Gilpin and Boulder counties, and has 3 different parts to it. The first task being something that we've seen before, but the Boulder Watershed Collective has a lot of traction in their watershed. There's a lot of individual groups in this watershed that don't have the capacity that they have but do have the ear of the private citizens and owners on which projects might take place. And the idea is to build capacity with these groups to increase the potential for restoration in the watershed. The second part is that the Watershed Collective has recently completed a sediment source and storage study for disaster planning. And one of the results of that was a need to identify restoration areas. They call it a meadow restoration program. I would call this identification of depositional areas key to mitigating impacts from post-wildfire debris flows and flooding, but also to improve water supply and ecological resilience at a watershed scale. So this will develop that program, which will identify projects, actionable projects. And then the third piece, which is incredibly interesting to me personally, is the development of a long-term monitoring project for a 15-acre wood chip mycelium inoculation project on denuded agricultural property to address soil health conditions for agriculture in the basin. I think they sold themselves a little short in this application, though, because soil health is incredibly important as we look at post-fire recovery. And having done some research in this regard, I think that this could have some pretty significant positive impacts for us as we look at priority areas to restore soils before we look at restoring vegetation in areas that are affected by wildfire.
Questions on this one?
$5Q brought by the Mile High Flood District for the South Platte River at Reynolds Landing. I believe this project was brought to the board as an informational item sometime late last year. And here they are coming in for a grant application of $500,000 to contribute to a total project cost of $14.5 million for a multi-purpose project that will support in-river improvements.
Oh, look, you did it.
Remove some existing structures that aren't functioning that well, improve recreational access, have a significant impact, positive impact on flood hazard mitigation, and stream habitat improvement and recreational access improvement on the South Platte River in the Denver metro area.
Questions on this one? No? Okay. Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you very much. I'm about to enter my 17th year with the board, and this is the first time I've had to bust out reading glasses, so I'm glad that went well, so I could see it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Director Sakata.
Right. Are we going on to the next agenda item?
Yeah. Item R.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Item R. Right. So at this time, I'd like to recuse myself from this.
Okay.
Our farm, we pay Central Colorado to augment our wells. And even though our farm wouldn't get any direct financial benefit from this proposal. I think for a matter of appearances, I think it'd be probably wise that I recuse myself from this.
Okay. Would it make sense, Anna, to act on the previous ones in block now and then tackle R? So a question to the board. Are there any other recusals on A through Q? And or is anybody planning to vote no? Because that would be another reason to break it up. Everybody get, okay. Is there a motion to approve items 5A through Q?
So moved.
Okay, we'll go with Director Anderson and Director Vasquez. Okay, all those in favor of approving items A through Q, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries.
And or if
Yeah, I've thought about this a bit. Anyway, okay, so that's taken care of. So now Director Sakata is gonna go sit by the river and we'll go to Matt Stearns for item R.
Thank you, Chairman Felt. So Matt Stearns, CWCB staff for the record.
We had one application that came through and made it through the review process. And so this is for the Central Colorado Water Conservancy District. It's the Bernhard Reservoir Water Storage Project, Phase 1. And so Bernhard Reservoir is a reservoir complex actually in the Milliken area, adjacent to the Big Thompson River. And when this reservoir complex is fully functional, it'll provide storage of water for augmentation plans that the district operates to the benefit of agricultural users pretty much throughout the northern Front Range. The water that will be stored in the reservoir will be a combination of junior water rights along with any excess fully consumable water that the district has available in the river. That's the Big Thompson River. Overall, this grant, as you can tell, is for a portion of a larger 3-phase project to bring 3,000 acre feet of reservoir storage online. So just to give some context, the first phase, which they are referring to as Phase A, is just about nearly complete. It's supposed to be finished up by the end of the year. And it was installation of slurry walls for 4 of the cells in the reservoir complex, along with some permitting, some easement acquisition, and actually mining out the sand and gravel material from these complex areas. The good thing about this is that the majority of that portion of the project was also funded with the CWCB loan. So excited to see this one continue with that. This phase, which they're calling Phase 1, is for the construction of the infrastructure that's really necessary to fill 2 of the 4 cells. And it's estimated to be at about $3.1 million. The infrastructure is a diversion structure on the Big Thompson, along with some pipelines and pump stations necessary to move that water up into the storage cells. Overall, it will provide 1,000 acre feet of new storage when this portion is complete, which should be, starting in the fall of this year and continuing for about a year. The final phase to build out that 3,000 acre feet, which isn't a part of this grant, but it will include connecting the 2 cells that we're helping to fund now to the remaining 2 cells in the reservoir complex, and that they're expecting to be done by the end of 2025. And at this point, they are fully expecting to cover the costs for that. So on this one, staff recommendation is full funding of the $1 million request. And I should mention that I'm joined here by Billy Halich, who is the district engineer for Central. And so if you do have any questions, he and I can tag team to get those answered.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Are there questions on this one? Don't seem to have any questions. Thank you. Thanks for that. Given that, is there a motion to approve item 5R? All right, Director Combs, Director Brody with a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed? Motion carries.
All right,
Thank you,
very
Matt.
much. It's time for lunch, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Thank you, Anna. Anything else? Okay. Well, it's 5 after 12. We had an hour scheduled. Viola, you want to go with an hour or you want to just go to 12:40? Says 12:40, so. I guess that's another way of getting to consensus, isn't it? Okay, so let's shoot to be back at 12:40. Hey, do you have a question?
Recording stopped.
Oops.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Sorry, the sound cut out there with a
Recording in progress.
I just wanted to thank staff for their thorough and robust review of all those applications, and also to the partners in being the applicants. It feels good to be building the plan. So thanks to everybody.
Thank you, Director Boucher.
Recording stopped.
On
Recording in progress.
getting through lunch. Thanks to Michelle once again for another fabulous meal. And I'm sorry we're not sitting outside for the meeting. It's pretty nice.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the afternoon agenda, I have to announce that I have a conflict of interest on all items, so I have to be outside. No, just kidding. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 6, which is financial matters, construction fund and severance tax, perpetual base fund. And so going to turn it back over to Kirk Russell.
Thank you, Chairman Phil. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief CWCB. I'm fairly certain the board is tired of hearing about the dollars within our funds after yesterday's long meeting. I certainly want to thank those that participated. A lot of good feedback, and I appreciate that. That is a valuable piece of how we manage our funds. So just a reminder to those listening in the public session here, that Finance Committee, there are no official decisions. We make decisions to advance items to the full board meeting in November, primarily focused on projects and funding other than loans, although we did have a couple loans that were discussed about that are over $10 million. But the end result is what is recommended to the sponsors of the annual CWCB's projects bill in the next General Assembly session. So with that said, I'm going to jump into these numbers and move fairly quick because we talked about a lot of this yesterday. But in a general sense, we are in a very healthy place with our funds. I handed out I bet I forgot to send that to the members of the board that are not. Sorry about that. I don't think I can rally that quick enough. My apologies to those board members that are online. The construction fund, the large number you see at the top of there, that $90 million, at the end of last fiscal year, that number was smaller, and it's primarily a result of line 16 and 17. Those are taken out last year, and then I have to show them back in this year. So it's just the timing of money. But we ended last year at about 65 million when you take those line items 16 and 17 into account. But we start up at $90 million. We add the revenue from FML interest earnings to get up to 132 million. I will share with the board. We just received the revenue projections for they provide revenue projections quarterly, and we just got that today. And there is not a lot of change, so a lot of consistency in these numbers from the last board meeting. You can see on line 10, I've indicated $65 million increase to Northern's Chimney Hollow loan that we talked about yesterday at the Finance Committee. That will be considered at the November meeting if we are able to pull together the information that they have submitted to us to make a recommendation to the board. Then the number right below that, that's 17 million. That is my projected availability for the remainder of the fiscal year out of the construction fund. And so when I add that to the severance tax number that I'll talk about in a sec, there's about 25 million in loan funds available for the remainder of this fiscal year, which is 4 more meetings. So moving on to severance tax, same information about the severance tax projections, not a lot of change. We started the year with 112.5 million. I'll point out the same issue down on line 17. That 54 million that was in last year's projects bill, I take that out of the equation last year. It comes back in at that top number, and then I have to take it back out here again. So it's just a split of the end of the fiscal year that I deal with that. You can see I added in line 10, that $100 million potential request from Northern for their NIST projects, the project that will be considered at the November meeting as well, which will be included in the projects bill. Right below that on line 11, the $18 million is available in severance tax for the remainder of fiscal year 2024 that we're in right now. So adding that to the construction fund, that's that $25 million available for new loans for the remainder of the year. And all of that is how I show that we're going to break even at the end of the year. We haven't overpromised the money that we have available for new loans. And you see on severance tax, I've actually taken us to a negative $300,000, that red number at the bottom. Don't panic. That's if every single promise that was made by this board, and there's a lot of stuff that has to happen for that money to go out the door, would all happen right now. That's not even close to being likely. So we're in good shape.
Question, Kirk?
Yes.
How'd you get the 25 million? You have the 18 in severance. And I thought it was 17 in construction fund.
17 line 11 is the 17. So adding those together
is 35.
35. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
It's that tired math that I struggle with sometimes. Yes. 35 million. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
And that is it for my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Are there questions for Kirk on the financial projections? Don't see any.
Okay, moving along to agenda item 6B. Our favorite topic with the board is Two Rivers Water and Farming Company and the Two Rivers Farms F2 Inc. loan delinquency conversation. As the board directed staff at the last meeting to notice Two Rivers folks of their delinquency and default notice, and we sent that out on September 1, and so they are in the window of a 30-year cure period right now. And we'll add a few days on that, but at the end of that 30-day cure period, we will need to come to the board and recommend an action, how we proceed through foreclosure or the options that the board has at that point in time. So there's not a lot to update right now. We do have online Deanna Westfall, our representative with the Attorney General's office in dealing with bankruptcy. And so she'll be able to help answer questions and avoid getting into answers that may affect a foreclosure activity. But we will, again, we're waiting for this 15-day that remains in that cure period to start engaging on what our next steps are.
Are you getting any communication back from them?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We sent out, because it's such a complicated organization with where they've been address wise and who was in charge of things at the time. The Attorney General's office recommended to send it to every address, every individual. And so I think we sent out, it might have been more than 15 of the exact same letter to all these different addresses by certified letter. And different than last time we did this, because we've been through this exercise once before, a couple of years ago. We did receive 2 returns. So somebody received it. And the signature, I can't tell who signed it, but it was received at that address. One of them was the address that we currently have in Arizona, which I believe is where the current CEO has an office. So there is some communication. I've reached out by phone and have not been able to communicate by voice, but yeah, there is a little different than last time, but
yeah. Okay. Are there other questions on the Two Rivers issue?
I think it's probably good to point out that the dollar amount in play here is about $450,000 ish that they still owe, and they're delinquent on their annual payment. That's delinquent is about $85,000, $83,000, somewhere in that. More to come.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kirk. All right, next up is water project loans with Joshua Godwin. And I think we have two to talk about.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff, and this is agenda item. Yep, that's agenda item 7A, water project loan request for the Chicosa siphon repair for the Oxford Farmers Ditch Company in Otero County. All right, the Oxford Farmers Ditch Company has been delivering water for irrigation in the Arkansas Basin since 1888 and delivers roughly 25,000 acre feet on an annual basis to irrigate 433 farms or over 5,300 acres. The ditch crosses the Chicosa Creek near Fowler, Colorado via the Chicosa siphon. This year, the siphon has suffered several blowouts and is in need of repair. The loan amount for the siphon repair is $1,515,000, and the terms are 30 years at 1.9% interest rate. And my contact in preparing this board memo has been Zach Mason, the vice president of the ditch board. Here I have some couple photos of the ditch company trying to repair the siphon as it's blown out one of the several times this past summer. The siphon was built in 1944 using wooden staves and steel loops and supplies water to over 90% of the company's shareholders. On April 15th, the siphon suffered a blowout and left farmers without water for several days before they were able to repair it. During the repair, it was discovered that a section of the pipe was 80% full of sediment and was the cause of the rupture. Typically, the siphon is self-cleaning via the water flowing through it, but it's believed that the lower flows the pipe experienced between 2020 and 2022 allowed for the sediment to accumulate. There were 3 additional blowouts between July 3rd and July 25th. The company realized then that this blowouts would keep occurring until a permanent repair was made. The company has elected to install a cured in place liner to prevent further blowouts. The liner can be installed between the 2023 and 2024 irrigation seasons, so it doesn't disrupt their farming, and is less expensive than the alternative solutions of completely replacing the pipe. Once cured, the liner's tensile strength is over 2 orders of magnitude greater than needed to allow for it to continue to operate with certain flows and pressures. Here are the project financials. The project cost is estimated at $1.5 million. With the service fee, the total loan would come to $1,515,000. As I mentioned before, the terms will be 1.9% rate for a 30-year term. And the financial ratios indicate the company is an overall average borrower. And the collateral will consist of a pledge of assessment revenues backed by a rate covenant and the project itself per policy 5. Lastly, here's staff recommendation as it's stated in the front page of your board memo. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer those.
Okay, questions for Joshua? How long is that continuous barrel construction?
Oh, it is around 1,800 feet.
Wow.
Yeah, it's about 6 feet in diameter. And it looks like they put it in yesterday, honestly, except with the big holes in it.
Okay. There's no questions. Is there a motion? Director Sakata?
I'd move staff recommendation.
And the second from Director Brody. Do you have a project proponent online?
Sorry, I don't, for this one I do not, but the next one I will.
Okay, okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you very much. And now for the main event. Again, for the record, my name is Joshua Godwin, CWCB staff. And this is agenda item 7B, water project loan request for the East Mesa emergency ditch repair for the East Mesa Water Company in Garfield County. The East Mesa Water Company has been operating in Crystal River Valley, south of Carbondale since 1895. They are a current borrower of CWCB funds and are in good standing. Earlier this month, 2 sinkholes opened up underneath their ditch and effectively cut off the water supply for a third of the irrigated acres. The loan amount for this ditch repair is $418,140, and the terms are 30 years at 1.9% interest rate. My contact in preparing the board memo has been Richard McIntyre, board member with the company. Oh, skip ahead. There we go. Here are some images of the site. On September 6th, 2 sinkholes, approximately 30 feet deep, collapsed underneath the East Mesa ditch. This cut off the water supply for 250 acres of farmland. 2 days after the sinkhole, on September 8th, East Mesa Water Company met with Matt Stearns and myself, along with the River District, local engineer and geologist, to discuss options for repairing the ditch before the end of October. In late October, cattle will be returning to the property and ranchers are relying on the ditch to supply stock water at that time. The company has opted to pipe the ditch with 30-inch fused HDPE, circumnavigating the site with the existing sinkholes. A geophysical survey will help delineate the path of the pipe to avoid geology where other sinkholes might occur. Should another sinkhole appear near the pipe section, the HDPE would be able to withstand the void and continue to operate. Regarding whether this could happen again, it is possible, but the ditch has been operating for 100 years without this being a regular occurrence. Here are the project financials. As I mentioned before, the company is an existing borrower and is in good standing. The project is estimated at $414,000 with the service fee. The total loan comes to $418,140. As I mentioned before, their terms are 1.9% rate for a 30-year term. Now, the financial ratios of the company are an overall average borrower. Some of the ratios show weak, but they have a strong cost per acre foot ratio and have shown willingness to raise assessments, for instance, by increasing from $15 a share to over $50 a share in the past decade. Lastly, here is the staff recommendation, as it's stated in the front page of the board memo, and I believe Richard McIntyre is on to speak as well.
Yeah. Mr. McIntyre, would you like to add to the discussion here?
I'd just like to say a few words. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm the senior director of the East Mesa Ditch and secretary and treasurer and a 50-year shareholder. Thanks, Josh, for that accurate presentation. On behalf of the East Mesa Water Company, I'd like to thank the board for considering our emergency proposal. Also, we'd like to thank Kurt Russell and his team, especially Josh and Matt, whom we know stayed up late at night to expedite this emergency proposal. It's been a hectic week. As you might assume, ranching in this area of our state is becoming more and more difficult each year, especially on issues pertaining to water. Unfortunately, there seems to be more emphasis in funding for bike trails than there is for agriculture, land and water conservation, and wildlife in our valley. Where we feel extremely fortunate to have access to a group like the CWCB, who can react in a timely manner to catastrophic events, such as the one that we're witnessing here. In many ways, you folks are a lifeline to the sustainability and the survival of our threatened historic ranches here in the valley, and we greatly appreciate it. So heartfelt thanks goes out to you folks, and thank you so much for considering the proposal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Question from Director Vasquez.
Yeah, is there a good understanding from the geologists what the weakness is that allowed these sinkholes to form and how you'll avoid them in the new ditch?
Is that a question for me or Josh?
It is a question for you, sir.
Okay. Right now, we are in a position, this happened just over a week ago, and we're in a position that we're waiting for our geotech physicist to help us align and find stable ground on this mesa. in the past, some 60 years ago, there was another sinkhole within 300 yards of this sinkhole. We feel that there is possibly more sinkholes in the area, but before we go and spend money on a new realignment, we want to be as sure as possible. And geophysicists are never 100% accurate. They don't claim to be. And so we want to get as much science behind this project that's currently available. Unfortunately, the geophysicist for this area and the most reliable one with the best record of locating subterranean sinkholes is tied up for at least a month. So we have some time here of doing other things to help us understand the possibilities of further sinkholes in the area. But we're truly waiting for the geophysicist to help us detect stable ground, as we say.
So Joshua, can I assume then that the loan, the transfer of funds will be predicated on reviewing data on the geological stability of the new route?
That's correct. We'll
Okay.
be reviewing the geophysics as well.
Thank you very much.
And to follow on that, Joshua, I thought, didn't you say this was going to be piped?
That's correct. This will be piped.
So-
If there was a sinkhole, that's part of the rationale is the fused HDP would be able to withstand a sinkhole opening up underneath and still operating. But
Well, and I would think too, just having water in a ditch might aggravate a sinkhole where piping it presumably wouldn't change the dynamics
that's
much.
also correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Joshua or Mr. McIntyre? Oh, all right. Is there a motion on this? Oh, wait, we got a question from Director Boucher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually going to move staff recommendation on agenda item 7B.
Okay. And we got a second from Director Anderson. Okay. Were there any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion, say aye. And opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. I just want to say if there's a few more cycles like this, I'm going to go to the same barber as Kirk is.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Chairman Phil, may I?
Yes.
So I have got to brag about my staff and in particular Joshua and Matt. It usually takes us about a month and a half to get through all the information we need to get. Joshua's probably worked 20 hours the last 2 weekends to pull this stuff together and night times. And they made the trip over Friday afternoon a couple weeks ago when we got the call. It's just, and Cole would have been right there. He would have said, "Hey, why don't you pick me? I want to go do it." It is incredible, the staff that I get to work with and that represent you all. And then, as we continue the process, this goes through contracting and Rich is, he's got to get some money out the door soon. And so this assembly line that we go through and everybody's right there to help out. So couldn't be prouder of this opportunity. I will share with this board, this is very unique for us to have all of the pieces that made this possible to bring it within 2 weeks to the board. This isn't normal for us. They're an existing borrower. We got a lot of their information already. And not to mention the threat that this failure would cause on their ability to repay in the future. So it came together well. And Rich McIntyre is a great person and has always been good to work with for us in the past. So thank you for considering that and getting it approved today.
I think in my mind, this just reminds me of our desire to develop a signage program so that we can demonstrate to the local population, when they're seeing this emergency work going on, that, this agency, this staff were the ones that pulled that together and made it happen. Thank you, Kirk. And thank you, Joshua. Whoops. Just one sec. Okay. Okay, next item, Water Supply Reserve Fund applications for September 2023. Got a bunch, and we've got Ben Wade to walk us through it.
Good afternoon, Chairman Felt and board members. For the record, Ben Wade, CWCB staff, presenting agenda item 8A through M. As always, these applications are approved by their respective roundtables and then reviewed by multiple staff members. And so thank you to staff for always reviewing these applications here. This round, we received 28 applications. Overall, we had 14 statewide account requests. 5 of those were drought resiliency projects, 9 aging infrastructure requests. As you know, I'll be presenting 13 of those in this item. The 5 on consent agenda were approved, and then the last 10 were approved by Director Riss on August 25th. Agenda item, were there any recusals from the board for my agenda item? All right, great.
Not that we know of yet.
Awesome. I can just go through them and then vote in block if that works.
Yeah, sounds good.
Great. The first one up is agenda item 8A, which is an application from the Colorado Ag Water Alliance. And this is a drought resiliency statewide request. It received approval from all 9 roundtables. This is a unique grant proposal, first of its kind for the WSRF program. This proposal this idea came out of an agricultural innovation and drought resiliency advisory group that CWCB staff Nora Flynn and then Director Brochet participate in. And, you know, the thought was to help and be really nimble with funding that goes towards pilot agricultural projects on smaller farms, you know, where the producer just doesn't have the capacity by themselves to pursue grant opportunities. And so this group had selected, currently there's 30 drought related pilot projects just underway across the state. You know, those projects include things like new drip irrigation technology, alternative crop planting, soil health to improve evaporative losses, and on and on. And if approved, our grant funds would help just continue finding new pilot projects on these smaller operations and upscale successful projects over the next 3 years. And just because it's, you know, it's a new idea and unique, staff reviewing it just had just a following recommendation or conditions on this recommendation. We do recommend full approval of the applicant's request. Staff just wanted to revise the scope of work, just make sure there's a clear tidal water. So just including, you know, water projects within the scope. So pretty simple things like that. But you know, even though the projects will be selected by this advisory group, staff would like to review the selected projects and just make sure each project does adhere to WSRF grant guidelines. We thought it'd be very helpful if the applicant could provide the board an annual update at the January board meeting over the duration of the project. So the first presentation in January 2024 would just be kind of an overview of selected projects that would go on in the calendar year of 2024. Then following that, it would just be updating the board on ongoing or completed projects. And you know, if the board is approving of those particular projects and likes the updates, then that would give the board the ability to commit additional funds. And not to say that that's a little bit confusing. So I just want to make sure that upon approval, we always set aside that particular amount already. So it would still be under contract and it would just be, hey, let's go ahead and release more of those funds available on that ongoing contract, if that makes any sense. But again, it would give the board that discretion to say yay or nay or put a pause. And again, you know, because the focus is making or stepping out these smaller operations, staff just wanted to make sure that no WSRF funds would go to these larger entities who do have the capacity to write their own grants. And then finally, just individual projects that do exceed that $20,000 mark should be directed to either, another WSRF grant, a separate WSRF grant, I should say, or a water plan grant. Exception would be projects where multiple producers kind of, get together for a large grant just to maximize benefits, reduce the administrative burden there. So Greg Peterson from the Colorado Ag Water Alliance is on Zoom, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that the board may have about the project or just staff conditions to the recommendation.
Okay, are there questions on this one? I guess I do have a question. Well, Director Boucher, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I mean, I probably should have made a disclosure in the beginning about my participation in the advisory group. I wanted to clarify, that I have no financial gain in this personally, nor my family. I think that this is such a wonderful opportunity. I'm super excited about the projects that Greg Kawa and the team have brought to the table. I think there's lots to be learned, and similar to what Director Combs said earlier regarding the RYE project. I mean, I think this is how we're going to make ag innovations into the future and good things happen. So I'm a big fan of it.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Director Brody?
I agree. I've heard about this program before at the roundtables, and really just want to thank CAWA for their leadership and partnership in helping to get funds out where they're needed to help spur innovation. And happy to make the motion if there are no other comments. So.
Yeah, go ahead and make the motion. I do have one more question, but.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'll move approval on staff recommendation on item 8A.
Okay, and we have a second from Director Combs. So just one question, Ben, with the basin account contributions, I assume that this was voted on by each roundtable?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they initially went to 8, and then the Metro came in a little bit later, but all 9 have approved the amount of funding.
Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, actually, thank you to the Metro Roundtable in conversations with Greg Peterson. Originally, he wasn't going to go to the Metro Roundtable because he felt like it was really agricultural focused, but members of the Metro Roundtable, when they heard about this, said it's in our benefit to participate. And so they voluntarily said, Greg, no, count us in. So thanks to the Metro Roundtable for supporting this effort as well. I think it was good. And I appreciate the conditions that you put on. I think they're really beneficial. I think the roundtable meetings I went to, Greg's going to be a pretty busy person because he's also reporting back to each of the roundtables on those funds. But I think it's good for us to keep in touch. And I think there's a lot of things that we can learn from this. So thank you.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, looks like you got your hand up. So go ahead.
I wanted to say thank you for this opportunity. I mean, this project was brought to us. We were brought to be, I guess, the face of this project a bit over a year ago. And essentially, as I've explained it to people, we're asking for money for projects we haven't identified yet, and trust us, we're going to spend it well. And you are. And boy, I'm not going to screw this up. And I just appreciate the flexibility of the roundtables, of the staff, and you all. And it's been really exciting working with landowners and talking with them that there's a lot of great ideas and solutions out there. And you all are allowing us to try this different approach to hopefully get at those ideas and really scale them up to address some of our problems. So thank you.
Thank you. So I guess we've got a motion and a second to vote on this one, Ben. I'm sorry, we were going to do them in block, but I think this one, it's statewide, every roundtable is involved. It deserves a vote on its own. So
sounds good.
If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, say aye. And opposed? Motion carries. And we'll go ahead and do B through M in block at the end.
Great. AB is an application from the Jerky Ditch Company. Is an aging infrastructure statewide request. Their earthen canal was originally constructed back in 1895. and has largely remained unchanged since that time. Only a few sections have been piped, but those sections are deteriorating and needing replacement. And I apologize, in the summary sheet, there are two heating lengths of feet of pipe that we're going to be put in. The text has over 17,500, and then in the measurable result in the table, it's a little over 18,200. And so reached out to the applicant's engineer said that it has been changing over time. So I got an updated amount. It's going to be 18,400 feet, 450 feet of pipe that will be installed just to help deliver water to their shareholders. They do believe this project will result in reduced cleaning and maintenance, as well as preventing an estimated 1,067 tons of salt loading into the Colorado River, and also result in 58 acre feet of efficiency savings per year. The applicant is also pursuing Bureau of Rec, the salinity program funding for their project as well. We have Wyatt Wilson and Patty Locke with the Ditch Company, as well as our engineer Stephen Morris from Applegate. All are on Zoom if the board has any questions for this grant.
Any questions on this one? Okay, let's keep going, Ben.
8C is application from the Orchard City Irrigation District, another aging infrastructure request. Overall project is to replace existing guard and regulating gate valves that were installed back in 1939 when the Fruit Growers Dam was constructed. The upgrades would allow for more accurate flow monitoring and accuracy. And eventually they'd like to install a SCADA system in the near future. This board has approved a WSR grant for the same project back in 2022 to help install the infrastructure needed for the increased gate control efficiency. And then they're also in the stages of applying for a CWCB loan to help fund the rest of the project. We do have Susie Bilberry, who is actually the general manager of Delta Conservation District, but she's been helping a lot out with this project last year, and then of course this year. And then she's on Zoom as well if the board has any questions for us.
Okay, any questions on this one? Okay, I think we're good.
Great. AD applicant is a short ditch extension, another aging infrastructure request. This is one of those where the overall total project cost is much larger than what we have listed. And I added that within the text of the summary sheet. WSRF funds would be purchasing the turnouts and the installation of piping. What they need to do is pipe the end of the short ditch from where there's existing piping to the final turnout. So that's about 5,500 feet of pipe that needs to be installed. The Bureau of Rec is there's a Bureau of Rec project, so they're also contributing to this project. Overall, the project cost is $840,000, but again, just as our grant guidelines are written, the WSRF total project cost is what we see on here, which would be that $528,021. But we do have Tom Kay with the Ditch Company. He is on Zoom as well, if the board has any questions for us.
Okay, any questions on this one? Director Anderson.
I would just like to offer a comment. This is the last project that has been in the mill for 40 years, so they're pretty excited to finally be done fixing their system up.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
All right. 8E is an application from the town of Peonia. This is a drought resiliency statewide request, and the town has been working with engineers, and they've recommended that the town conduct a hydrogeology study and a sustainability plan that will help address watershed health and resiliency for the town, ensuring that they have water supplies going into the next several decades. This study will provide the town with the info to understand the aquifers that feed into the 31 springs that they use that go into their treatment plants and storage tank. So this is actually the first of a 4-phase project. The next 3 phases include developing a wildfire-ready watershed plan, and then implementing those projects to mitigate fire, flood, and drought hazards. I don't know if the town's mayor is on. I've been working with Mary Bachman on this application. Mary, if you're on, feel free to mute yourself. We'll be available if the board has any questions.
Yes, I am on. This is Mary Bachman, Mayor of Peonia. We
Hey,
also
Mary.
have our town administrator on as well.
Great.
Great, thank you for being here. Are there any questions on this proposal? Nope, looks like we're all good, Ben.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mary. 8F is an application from the Western Slope Conservation Center, aging infrastructure statewide request. The farmer's ditch diversion is about 100 years old. The concrete head gate is crumbling and leaks when the gate is closed. So WSRF funds will help the design and engineering to modernize this structure to improve that delivery. Again, this is another one of those where WSRF funds are only going towards a certain part of the project. So overall, the total project is over 2.2 million. The other parts of the project would be construction of the head gate, a fish and boat passage, ditch piping, and monitoring. And so they have a lot of federal and local matching funds going into the rest of the project. And I don't know if either Kathy Swartz or Jake Hartler would be on Zoom to answer any questions the board may have.
Yeah, we're here on Zoom so we can answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this application? Okay.
Right. 8G is an application from the Colorado State Forest Service, who's responsible for the forest management in Jackson County. Overall, their project goal is to thin about 400 acres of young lodgepole stands across the state forest, state park, and then the state land board section of Owl Mountain. WSRF funds will be used to thin the forest near the headwaters of the Michigan and Canadian rivers, which is about 225 acres. And so in the summary sheet, does say 250. And as I've been talking with Blair Reinerson, who's on with us on Zoom, unfortunately, costs have risen. So the acreage has gone down to 225 acres. And they do estimate, through after thinning, estimation of an increase of 20% in snow water equivalent. And like I said, the state forest manager, Blair Reinerson, is on Zoom if the board has any questions on this proposal.
Director Vasquez.
I just want to make a comment in support of this application. Blair has worked very hard with the North Platte Basin Roundtable to pull this project together. It's really a one-time funding focused on north-facing slopes that will, by thinning, improve the water yield. And Blair, perhaps you can comment on the other funds that you have brought into this project.
I can. Thank you, Director Vasquez, and thanks to North Platte Basin Roundtable for this opportunity. In addition to the funding that we received from the Basin Roundtable, which kind of helped us get some seed money for matching funds. They in fact challenged us to get matching funds. We raised an additional $290,000. So 40,000 of that came from our local North Park HPP. And they then recommended us to the statewide HPP, where we received another 100,000. We also received 50,000 from a CPW oil and gas mitigation fund within the North Park area. And then we applied to the State Land Board for an enhancement fund, which was not available for the state forest because it only works for public access lands, but it was available for the Owl Mountain state land section, and they approved $100,000 that would come in 2 fiscal years for thinning some young stands on that section of land. So the project really built on the initial contribution from the North Platte Basin Roundtable.
Yeah.
So just to be thorough, some of the comments from our roundtable were asking why this couldn't be funded by the state forest itself. And with beetle kill and the other disease vectors in our forests, the state of health of the forest is such that they're not generating revenue from logging. So it was definitely in the interest of the North Platte Basin water users to approve this. So thank you very much for your work on this, Blair.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Director Vasquez. Any questions on this one? Okay.
8H is an application from the Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation, aging infrastructure requests. They state the independent ditch headgate is in poor condition. So they state it requires significant maintenance as they're constantly removing debris and adjusting the headgate daily to ensure accurate diversions. They do state this is a multi-benefit project, so improvements to the ditch obviously benefits the ditch users from a reduction in maintenance and increased efficiency. But it also benefits Alamosa residents and the public in general who can enjoy recreation in the ditch. The headgate automation improves water rights administration with increased efficiency, and then upstream bank stabilization and revegetation will reduce erosion and sedimentation and improve aquatic and riparian habitat. Their partners include the city of Alamosa, obviously the ditch users here, and the Colorado Division of Water Resources. Daniel Boys, the executive director, Colorado Rio Grande Restoration Foundation, is on Zoom with us to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ben. Are there any questions on this one? Or comments? Okay.
8I is an application from the Castilla County Conservancy District, another aging infrastructure request. The Guadalupe Sanchez Acequia is over 170 years old, needs repairs and improvement. The headgate and diversion are basically non-existent, according to the applicant. So during a small flood event, the ditch will breach and water runs back into Rio Culebra. A significant erosion along the ditch discharges sediment into the stream as well. So our funds will help construct a new headgate and diversion structure, as well as rebuilding and revegetating the riverbank of the new headgate. Not sure if Rhonda Lobato from the district is on Zoom, but Rhonda, if you are on, that'd be great. And we can answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, are there questions on this one? Okay.
Are the same applicant, Ducks Unlimited. Both are drought resiliency statewide requests. 8I, or I'm sorry, 8J is a project to help restore natural hydrologic processes on several units in the Alamosa National Wildlife Refuge down in the San Luis Valley. Currently, they state that peak flows are being restricted during peak runoff periods. And so our funding will help identify, design, permit, and construct the landforms, water conveyances, and water control structures. So in addition to improving the peak flows, obviously, these improvements will help restore that habitat to benefit wildlife and also the public that enjoys those wetland habitats as well. Catherine Cody from Ducks Unlimited is on Zoom with us to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, are there any questions on this one? Yes, Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ben, for making the one typo. I would be upset if I wasn't able to say something, but I think on your summary sheet, total project cost was an error on the sheet that we got. I think it should be 331,250. And that's what it shows in your spreadsheet, but not on the summary sheet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Without correcting my typos. So again, we have Ducks Unlimited for 18K. And this is to restore 3 units in the Monte Vista National Wildlife Refuge by, again, improving the landforms, providing money for water conveyances and control structures. And so this improved infrastructure will help conserve water supplies that have been diminished over the last several years, either physical or administrative changes. You know, obviously, they're no stranger to drought. A lot of drought impacts have affected those water supplies. So, but again, you know, that work will improve the habitat for various species of the birds that are there. And, you know, those various species of birds brings a lot of tourism to go view it. So that benefits the region for sure. And again, Catherine Cody from Ducks Unlimited is on the call with us, or is on the Zoom with us to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions on this one?
From the Smith and Emmons Ditch Company, another aging infrastructure request. They are located in Longmont, delivering 693 acre feet annually to their shareholders. They're looking to replace an aged and failing diversion structures and replace a non-standard measuring flume. Again, the previous flume is no longer up to standard, and the existing head gate leaks through the structure and the ditch company. And so the Division 1 engineer has been asking these folks to fix this problem. They did get a loan back in September of 2022 to help with this project. With us today is Eric Engelhard, the president of the ditch company, and their engineering consultant, Mark McLean, is also on Zoom to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, are there any questions on this one?
Presentation today is an application from the Water Supply and Storage Company with the drought resiliency request. This Water Supply and Storage Company's current system requires staff to manually change the water supply. This eats up a lot of their staff time. And so by adding this instrumentation at both the Long Draw Reservoir and Chambers Lake for monitoring of those reservoir levels, and then remotely changing the gate position, their staff can focus on other issues that their company has, which would be things like maintenance of the mountain collection ditches, system efficiency improvements, and water supply increases. The general manager for the company, Don Frick, is on Zoom to answer any questions the board may have.
This one. Looks good.
Great. And thank you to Viola and AV staff for changing the slides for me. I think I may have pushed the button twice. Thank you.
Great job, Ben. Thank you. Okay. Are there any, upon reflection, are there any recusals or any intended no votes? That's right. If you don't pull out the no vote items, you end up voting no on the whole thing, on the whole block, right? So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, appears that we will go ahead then. Is there a motion to approve items B through M?
So moved.
Director Anderson. There a second. Director Sakata. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much, Ben. Okay, so it's time for our break. We have a possible wrinkle in that we're ahead of schedule, strangely. And our next speaker, we're trying to move him up, but we haven't reached him yet. So let's break till 2 and we'll update the situation then.
Recording stopped.
All right, everybody. Oh, he's not on yet. Okay. Belay that. Greg's not on yet, but he's on his way, so. On our final item of the day, the operational planning update. Greg, good to see you. Thanks for your flexibility. I don't know what happened. We were behind schedule before lunch and we went through some kind of time discontinuity or something, and we got done really early on the afternoon part. So appreciate you being here. And I don't think there was really anything in the packet for us to look at. So I'm just going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Greg. Director Phelps, right? There was no information for you all to review. You'll recall that we got together for a workshop a few weeks ago. And so this is just a chance to update you all on what we've done and what to expect from here on out. So I have a few pages for you that I will walk through. And this item was originally at 45 minutes. And so we'll be as efficient as we are able in getting through this, because I think I'm the only thing between you all and the end of your day. All right. Is that coming through for you all at a readable size?
Yes.
Okay. If anything, if at any point that changes, you let me know. So what to do today? We want to briefly recap that workshop back on August 31st. I think we had something like 2/3 of the board in attendance, but timing being what it was, there were a couple of late breaking emergencies that prevented a couple of directors from attending, and then there was a conflict with another meeting that was important that other people go to. So just want to make sure that everybody knows what we did and what we created. Then I'm going to discuss insights and proposals for each of those three elements that we're building toward, and then do some Q&A. Okay. So this is the approach. Diagram has not changed since we first showed it to you back in the May timeframe. We're over here now on the right-hand side. Okay, we've done some alignment on new methods, and so now we need to kind of start practicing with things. And then there are some things that are on a natural calendar. You know, for instance, if performance management season begins in January, then it's appropriate that, you know, we do the work necessary before January so that we're ready to go. But we do want to start doing things on that annual calendar that we've worked to create. Okay. So those of you who did not attend the workshop, this was in that workshop document. We really are building things in really around 3 operational plan components. And remember, in the water plan, operational plan itself is not terribly well defined. And so we've gone through the work of doing that. Here's what's really emerging, right? There are 3 components to this. The first is the CWCB guide. So this will be complementary to DNR's Boards and Commissions Handbook, but it'll be specific for the CWCB and the statutorily related groups like your Basin Roundtables, IBCC, okay? It'll contain scope, operating principles, your roles, the interplay between different groups, onboarding materials, FAQs, annual calendar. It's really, how does the, what does it mean to be on the board? What's the board's purpose, et cetera? That draft is in process. It looks kind of messy right now because we're cobbling items from different places, but we intend to have a full draft for you June of the coming year and full adoption by 9/24. That doesn't mean we won't be bringing certain items to you between here and there, though, for your review. The second part of our operational plan is really implementation plan guidance. So identify those areas where the board can rally around and support or facilitate implementation of water plan actions. And then what are the things, either as a detail of the water plan or something in addition to, where we believe some sort of innovative pilot could produce an outside or an outsized impact. Okay, so that's underway beginning now. This, as I recall, is your finance committee month. Okay, so implementation on this will be outgoing. We'll give you a little bit of an overview of that. And then the last thing is around performance measures. So measuring both the accomplishment of tasks, but also the impact on the goals that the water plan calls out. And then, board guidance on the agency's performance plan, which is something, it's a collaborative process, and we'll lay that out for you all in a few pages. So our current version of the plan is based on the 2015 water plan, and that'll be updated on a cycle here. So that process, as I mentioned, begins in January. Okay. So those of you who were unable to attend, this is what the 31st was. It was a collection of, hey, here's this thing. What feedback do you have on it? And so what you'll see are big posters with sticky notes. And then we just went through the sticky notes and said, do we understand it? Everybody agree? Thumbs up, boom. So in the middle of the page, you'll see the annual calendar. What are we doing each month in terms of money matters and other matters? And we've gone through and taken that and put it into an updated version of the annual calendar that I can share with you all if you're interested. But that annual calendar will both trigger the agenda for the meetings like the one we're in today, but also have elements, triggered by the timeline that align with other methods like performance management and water plan implementation. Okay, and then the right-hand side, what you see is a very collaborative sort of day. So we did large group activities, we did small group breakouts around certain topics. So I did want to just pause there and ask, for those of you who attended, what was your feedback on the 31st? What did you like? What would you suggest we do differently in the future?
Start.
Please.
The sticky note process was really very productive. And I think it created a lot of side conversations that were productive as well.
Thanks. Others?
I think one of the things that I realized is that there are some things that we do internally as part of the agency of CWCB and the Department of Natural Resources that we need to do a better job of bringing you all into the fold on. I think the performance plan was one of them. And I think Anna and I mentioned in our preparation for that workshop, we sort of had this aha moment that you all don't even know we do that. So I think the takeaway from me was that I need to be constantly thinking, does the board know about this? Would it be helpful for the board to know about this? How can we bring this up to the board and get their feedback? Because of, I think, our meeting cadence being every other month, there's a lot that happens, as there should be, because we're all hardworking people in the agency. But I think that was a takeaway for me.
I think following on that too, there was a little collective shock that there were metrics, and then also at what maybe some of the metrics were or weren't. And, you know, as the conversation went on, I think that got explained a bit and it started to make more sense how those had come to be. But yeah, when you talk about the, whatever they're called, the wigs or something, and the water plan, and that those ought to be in alignment or reflective of one another. We didn't actually have any idea sort of how that could be determined even after what we learned. So I think that was a real takeaway. There were also some elements that, and I just have a real difficulty remembering sort of conversations verbatim at all. I just kind of remember the feelings more of stuff, but there were a number of ideas that came up that, you know, quite frankly, I mean, you just immediately felt the vibe from Dan that it was problematic or challenging, and which is totally fine. But I think the fact, at least for me, the fact that I wasn't able to anticipate what the blank spots on my map are that would lead me to suggest things that maybe are patently, inappropriate or unworkable or whatever. And so that may be just me. I kind of stumbled into this job, I feel like sometimes, but I feel like those elements would no. They warrant more conversation for us to understand that political landscape, I guess you'd call it. I don't know what you call it, but just that reality that I would imagine like Lauren or Jen or Anna, like you guys live in that and work in it, and it's really obvious. But for me, I felt like I was wearing the wrong goggles, And so, and it wasn't bad, but it's just like, boy, I'd probably be better off knowing more than what I know now.
I think would be of benefit to the board is a lot of the focus is the board's role in oversight, etc. I imagine it would be useful to have some feedback from you, Lauren, and your staff, what the board could do better to support you and your work. And so I think I look at this as a two-way street, and how we can improve that open communication so that we're all working together in a better way. And the surprise on the political landscape, I have to underscore that. I was just kind of, oh yeah. Tell me more so I can be in tune, right?
Yeah. Director Sakata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would echo what you said that, and I think it really showed how beneficial it is to meet in person because of that, to get those kind of vibes and that sense. It's so hard to do virtually. And it was nice to have it totally separate, because sometimes at least more for myself, I get so caught up in the reading material and what we have to prepare for the meeting, that it was nice to have that totally separate, where we're just going to focus on that and explore how we all can do a better job. So I was excited about that, and would echo what Barbara said about how we can what we can do to support the staff more. I would really appreciate that.
To me, the big aha was also the metrics and the potential discrepancies between the WIGs and the water plan. I mean, to me, if we're a strategic organization, there shouldn't be daylight between those things. There should be complete alignment in terms of, you know, where we're going, what we're prioritizing, and what we're measuring. And if there's not that alignment, then to me, there's confusion about what are our priorities as an organization. And hopefully that's something we can work on.
Good comments, everybody.
Let's see. Then I wanted to make sure Paul had a chance to speak up if he wanted to. Director Brown.
Since Dan just walked back in, I don't know if we want to replay that conversation with him here for his input.
I'd be glad to, but like I said, I can't remember the words and conversations very well. So I don't remember what I said.
Better memory than you do. So we can do that. And I was just going to make a comment that I missed the latter part of the day because of task force. So I didn't know if this came up, but you know, one of the things that we had discussed when we did the water plan and this was entered into it was how we could prioritize on an annual basis where we feel money needs to be directed. And I'm seeing a little hint of that in the implementation aspect of this. And I don't know if you all talked about it. And if so, I'm seeing heads nodding. I just wanted to make sure that it was part of the discussion or it can be in the future.
Was something that we talked about, and I think already as part of this finance committee meeting yesterday, tried to take some small steps towards implementing. And I think part of maybe the conversation that you had to step out for during the operational planning workshop was what are the available pots of money and where can the board lean a little bit into its discretion to specify the types of projects that we're looking for. And I think the vocabulary that you all were using was an RFP, but I think the way that we put that into practice is to, on an annual basis, as it relates to the projects bill and as it relates to water plan grants and as it relates to this research funding that we have available, we seek your input with enough time that then we can announce, you know, on this particular year, the board is really eager to prioritize these types of projects. And it's within your discretion to do that with those three pots of funding. So, you know, Anna kind of started to tee that up yesterday as part of finance committee. And then I think going forward, we just need to have some more ongoing conversations about how the board wants to use some of that discretion as it relates to the projects bill. And I think part of that conversation is what data and information do you need from us in order to make that determination about the types of projects or priorities that you would want the projects bill to potentially highlight. So I think we started that conversation, but I think it needs to be ongoing.
If I may interrupt, we've got a page in here with a proposed flow of how that could work, including kind of its relationship to your overall annual calendar. So definitely was a big part of the conversation, and it should be one of your rhythms, right? One of the processes that you're working diligently as kicked off by your annual calendar.
Dan walked in a few minutes ago. So Dan, just to catch you up, he was asking for feedback on the workshop, and two things that we talked about that you would have benefited from hearing probably was, one was about sort of the fact that none of us knew about the performance plan, right? And those different metrics that were established with the governor's office and how those might or might not or best reflect or align with the water plan implementation. So that was just a big eye opener that we were glad to learn about. And then the other thing, something that I brought up that were good examples. If I looked at the sticky notes, I'm sure I could, but just that there were times when we were all sort of moving around the room together and talking about the sticky notes where it was really clear that we sort of wandered into a minefield a little bit from your perspective. I mean, you were kind about it, but you were also, it was just obvious. You're like, oh, you know, that's not so good. And just a feeling that gave me, and I think some other people felt that way too, of just, boy, it seems like there's a lot we don't really know about the politics, and maybe it's not our place of some sort of presentation on Dan Gibbs's world or something like that, but just that we don't know what we don't know. And so I think many of us maybe walked away with like, well, that was a good idea, but it's not going to work, but we're not sure why, or that sort of thing. So not really a criticism, but just sort of a, well, what else don't I know here? Or, you know, what are these areas that are just sort of out of bounds? It just wasn't clear. Yeah, Director Vasquez.
Help us keep from stepping in, I think it boils it down.
I wanted to just make sure you were aware that that's something we talked about.
Yeah,
Now,
if I may.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, if there's, ever any questions, you all have my cell phone number, of course, so always feel free to reach out. And I do think that it's important to do at least, an annual kind of board training on kind of like what's in your lane, what's not in your lane, just to make sure everyone is clear. Because I do think that there's probably some confusion, and that's similar to some of the other boards and commissions like Parks and Wildlife, or some other ones that are sometimes kind of like a little blurry, I guess. The performance metrics, in many cases, those, a lot of times, like, let's say hypothetically, like with water, we'll make a pitch, and I'll work with Lauren and before Becky and say, hey, governor's really interested in water. We need to work on a performance metric or these wildly important goals on water. Give me some ideas that I can run by the governor to see, hey, is this in line with what we should be doing? And so sometimes these performance metrics are top down from the governor, and he'll say, okay, I want you to focus on this or that. Sometimes it's kind of bottom up, and they go both ways, really. And so if you all have concepts that you think the organization should really focus on in the future that are real measurables, let me know. Let's work together on it. But I do think having some training, that's one reason why we actually have a new DNR like handbook manual for boards and commissions, to make sure it's really clear on everything from what do you do if you're contacted by the media, or all the kinds of stuff that you may or may not know. So, but when in doubt, feel free to reach out to me or Lauren, but yeah, it may be good to do, make sure we're doing consistent board trainings and stuff, just so we can have some of those discussions on, what statutorily, what's in your lane, what's not in your lane. Clearly, like, personnel issues, clearly in Lauren's lane and mine. Policy areas are more, the board's lane. Leaders is more the EDO, and
yeah, that was definitely one of them.
Yeah, and so we can make sure we can resend that around, and Jen, maybe, we can also have Wendy Padilla, my COO, who's done quite a lot of different trainings with boards and commissions to come and just kind of go over what's in this handbook.
Are there other maybe feedback to Dan from what we were just talking about, then we'll kind of get back, I guess, to Greg's question.
Stan, I appreciate those comments. Mine's just more of some general thought. Having served on a number of boards in my lifetime, early on, I realized it was taking me about a year to get up to speed with the board's activities. And I really look forward to this document coming out, because I think the newer board members will be able to get on board in a lot shorter time than a year. And that's just my thoughts on the process.
Question, Greg?
Apologize, Director Felt, the audio isn't perfect. Shall I keep going?
Well, yeah, I was asking, did you get enough feedback on your question?
Yeah. To be honest, I was hoping that you all would just kind of talk with each other, because I know a number of you weren't there, so you might not have had the feeling of what it was. So I think we've covered it, and we're going to dig in and directly address several of the items that you all have raised. So let's keep going. So we're going to take you through and kind of in those three buckets, the guide, implementation plan, and performance management, tell you a bit more of what we've done, what to expect. Okay. So I reuse this slide. Again, for those of you who weren't there, Dan has referred to the policy handbook for boards and commissions. It's a fabulous document, and it talks a lot about the department funding, budgeting, statutory requirements, things that are common to all boards and commissions like open meetings, quora, media contact, etc. We view this Colorado Water Conservation Board guide as a complementary document. Okay? And it'll be very specific to water. And its goal is exactly what Director Anderson was saying, which is make sure that if it's known, it's written down, and that people can come up to speed very, very quickly. And things that we only do intermittently, we have some ready reference. Okay, so I'll refer to that guide a fair amount, but a lot of things are going to reside in that guide. So we gathered rapid inputs on the table of contents. Jeff and Russ are embodying that in their guide design. Okay, operating principles, what we agreed to do on the day was remove the animating language. There were more questions about what certain words would mean, and instead stick with the principles and keep those in the guide as well. We've got an annual calendar. We gathered your feedback on that. So that's with the staff for their review. We'll share that with you. Perhaps the next meeting we'll show that to you. But it's got little triggers. Okay, so if we're going to do something related to finance in September, what must happen in July or May in order to set the stage for that? Okay, so gathered your feedback there, and I've documented your proposed edits in red so that everybody will see that we made good use of the content that you provided. We had a breakout discussion on onboarding and offboarding. Again, making directors as productive as possible and equipping them with the best information that we have. So we'll create onboarding and offboarding checklists. We've got a first draft of it, and we'll share that with the board after the staff has a chance to review that. And that would reside in the guide. Again, ready reference. Every time a new board member comes on, an offboarding member, you have an outgoing board member, pull that up and we make sure that we're moving through that orientation in a thoughtful and comprehensive fashion. Then the last one was relationships between statutorily required groups and other stakeholders. We had a diagram that we put up. You all have given adjustments or proposed adjustments to that. Diagrams updated. We'll put that into the guide as well. Okay. Last page on guide related stuff, board duties and statutory origin of each of them. We've got a multi-page document that lays out all the things the board is responsible for and where does that authority originate? And then any guidance related to fulfilling that job. And then the last bit, we had a lunchtime discussion around utilizing meeting times. There's this set of trade-offs of wanting to have plenty of time to promote strong relationships and ensure the completion of duties, while also not overburdening board members. It's a significant contribution of time that you all are making to the state. And so what the group agreed to was to empower Director Felt, Director Riss, and Viola to work together and experiment with some different things over the course of the next year, potentially including holding an all virtual meeting once, maybe twice a year to handle just the administrative items, adjusting duration or frequency of director reports to potentially free up time. There's a discussion around those are quite valuable. We do get good information and a look into each other's personalities and common issues, but do we need to do them exactly the way that we are right now, or could we free up time? So the idea was experiment a bit with that. Adjust consent agenda threshold upward from 100,000 to 250, knowing of course that any item can be removed from the consent agenda and back onto the main agenda for you all to discuss. That would require a vote from the board. Okay, but that was a proposal that was offered, so I wanted to make sure that everybody knew about that one. Ensuring a balance. So Colorado River issues are hot, but there are other compacts and other priorities as well. Make sure that when advising on the Colorado River is needed, we're upfront about what and how much, such that Director Mitchell gets the information that she needs from the board, but that you all stay in your lane as well. And then it was suggested that evenings are a good opportunity for relationship building. They would need to be properly noticed. And then the last one was potentially have an annual field trip aligned with one or more of your priorities. So tours take a lot of work. Sometimes they're not as well attended as we would like. And so be intentional about that. And if there's a field trip that aligns very closely with one of your priorities, do it that way. So that was machine gun treatment to a lot of different inputs that you all gave. I'll pause and just ask any questions that I can answer on those items.
Are there questions on the list? You said it was when you were looking at adjusting the consent agenda threshold, you said the board would vote on that. Was that it's the board's decision to change that threshold amount? Or were you talking about voting to remove items from the consent agenda?
My understanding, and Director Riss can check me, is that that's part of your policy right now. You have set the threshold at 100, and in order to move it to 250, the board would need to approve that policy change. Director Riss, is that correct?
That's right. We right now have a policy that you all approved that states what the approval thresholds will be and who gets to approve at those various thresholds. So we would need to modify that, bring that back to you, have you vote on it. But then I think the other point that Greg is making is that even if something is on the consent agenda based on the threshold that you've approved, you can take it off at any time to vote on it separately and publicly.
All right, I'll keep us moving. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hear somebody?
You're good. I was just making sure there weren't any other comments.
Okay, thanks. And again, I'm getting a little lag on the audio, so if at any point I overtalk anybody, please accept my apology in advance. Implementation plan guidance. So quick update here. We reviewed an implementation plan summary of the agency actions that we know, that are underway. And there's a matrix of start date, end date, responsible person. Okay. There's also a Gantt chart showing the relationships between those items and timing, such that it lends a graphical element to the implementation plan. And then we talked about different ways that the board can support items underway. And Russ Sands pulled out a handful or two of different items. And what we're proposing is share a plan annually at the January meeting that says, this is what's coming implementation wise in the upcoming year, and places where we know that the board's support is required. And Russ, I think, cleverly came up with, 4 different ways that the board can help things. And perhaps the most important and the most consistent of these is around supporting funding requests. The second thing is advocating and creating alignment. So rallying stakeholders, better understanding issues, and supplying the feedback and the grease to help build alignment wherever possible. Then explore and investigate issues. And the fourth one is inform, process, and provide oversight. Okay. And the note at the bottom is that we'll share an indication of the upcoming year's plan in September of the previous year. So we did it in that, August 31st workshop. But this is something where this is the very first time we've had an operational plan. So we're going to need to get better at the process of it. But the idea would be kind of coincident with your finance committee. These are the things that are coming in the next year. Okay. Second thing on implementation plan, we talked about different board priorities and different things that people were interested in. And we had discussion, but didn't have material available for the different funding methods. So I've gone ahead and just written this down. Okay, there are 5 different ways that any priority could be funded. And I've got those listed here. So it's the project bill, the water plan grant program, severance fund dollars, higher ed, resourcing higher education to research things on your behalf, and then pursuing legislative funding. On a case-by-case basis, you could advocate for the legislature to appropriate money. In terms of a process, and this was the thing that I was saying earlier, what I'm proposing, these words don't belong to anybody else but me at this point, but this is a proposed process for you all. Good ideas can come at any point in time. So gather ideas for priorities and keep them in a queue. Okay? Hold an annual exercise in the March and May timeframe to enrich those ideas and prioritize them. So the board and the staff would discuss what would be done, what would be learned. For the ideas that you believe should move forward, the staff can do some work on your behalf. Evaluate how each of those ideas could be done. Could we, make an adjustment to this? Could we change the criteria? How do we get this thing done via one of those 5 funding methods? Okay. We'd want to do a quick compliance check and make sure that we're not running afoul with water law or something else. Bring the ideas to the September Finance Committee for approval. This was the priority. This is the method that we're proposing to resource it. And then if you all give it the thumbs up, implement, measure impact. Okay. So again, use that as part of or work that process throughout the entire year for idea generation, but idea prioritization and investigation leading up to the September Finance Committee. So take the meetings that precede it and make sure that we're working through those ideas in an organized fashion. And through that process, you may say, you know what, now that I understand a little bit more about this, I'm not that hot on it. Or you might say, as a board, we want to double down. Okay. And that it's impossible to know that without having those ideas themselves. So that's what I'm proposing on your all's behalf. I'd love to gather some feedback on that proposal.
Proposal? Vasquez was just asking if you're going to be sharing these slides with us. Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Happy to do so. And if you all like this concept, then that becomes a little feature in your guide, right? How do I raise a priority? It would be written out for you how to do it.
I think this is a great start. personally, Greg, and I mean, I think you've kind of captured what I remember talking about. And this is the way I think that, I mean, this speaks to what we talked about yesterday, frankly, of how do we potentially, if we have the ideas and the concurrence on them, how do we maybe influence our coming to the board for inclusion in the project bill? And it's not to preclude any others or the regular ones or anything, but just how would we ever let the world know maybe that we're really interested in seeing something in a certain area of interest? This seems like how you would do it. And as we talked about yesterday, I know you weren't with us, but sort of figuring out the schedule on this and building an annual process. I think you're on the right track here. And I'm going to go to Paul and then, so Director Boucher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just, having missed the meeting and then being updated today, I just wanted all of you to know that this has been wonderful. I'm very grateful for the work that has been put in. And Greg, I really enjoyed seeing where things are at. So I'm generally very excited and appreciate everything. And on a side note, that emergency has been saved. The engineering plans are submitted and we still have projects. Conservation.
So thank you, Greg. I think that's good. I guess the one question I have, or the one thing that strikes me is potentially missing or maybe just not clearly articulated, is some type of formal gap analysis process to see, again, if we're using the water plan as our essentially strategic planning framework, should we do some type of regular exercise, maybe annually, to see where are we on track, where are we off track, and then use those off track items as a basis from which to maybe generate those ideas?
I like that. And if it doesn't show up in 2 pages, it needs to. I think we're going to talk about performance management, and that includes kind of the accomplishment of both tasks and the impact that we're aiming for.
A little earlier, like, how does this feel to you from your position of ultimately overseeing Heather, and then, I mean, carrying the ball, right, on that political side with the projects bill, for example? How does this feel that, we talked about this yesterday, rather than being in just sort of a reactionary mode as a board, what's it going to be this year, to taking some time to, I think, like Director Brody said, look at the water plan, especially as a guiding document, and then say, boy, here's some areas where we'd love to see some progress, and how can we translate that maybe into the projects bill?
No, I think that sounds all right. I mean, I think the sooner the better, if board have ideas on this, I just think of the projects bill. It's interesting. It's almost, most people have no idea how it's developed or anything. I remember I could tell you stories about when I was a legislator, CWCB came in and said, hey, let me show you this list. And I was like, well, I was thinking of something else. And it was like, oh, no, you can't touch this. This has been carefully negotiated and put together, and we'll set up other meetings to tell you how it's done, So it was kind of oops. Yeah, but anyways, I'm comfortable with this really at the end of the day, but
yeah. Okay. Director Vasquez?
What about the timing, Dan, that has been suggested here?
And then staff to really that determination.
Yeah, I mean, I think from our standpoint, you know, Kirk and his team start to look at the numbers and, you know, figure out how much we actually have available to put towards the non-reimbursable requests, which is really, you know, the program, the loan, not loans, not automatic program refreshes, but the amount that we have available that we won't expect to collect interest on, grants, for lack of a better word. So, you know, that's what we just did yesterday. So I think backing into that, starting earlier in the spring and summer probably makes sense. Kirk is sitting there thinking deep thoughts about this, but I think part of it is, you know, we have to factor in when we get severance tax forecasts in order to kind of run those numbers and figure out how much we have available. So, you know, that's one piece. Kirk, I know you don't have a microphone, but forecast quarterly. Sometimes we're surprised, sometimes we're not. So, I mean, I think starting in the spring probably makes sense for board feedback, knowing that there might be some.
Personally, my sense is we would have to start even earlier than that because we need time to communicate it out to the water community. They need time to develop ideas and proposals in reaction to kind of what we're communicating as priorities. So, I mean, maybe it's really more of a continuous planning cycle where I don't know if it's at the September Finance Committee meeting, we're looking ahead, not just for the upcoming legislative session and year, but we're really kind of looking at that in parallel to looking at the following year. So we're looking at what proposals are coming in for the upcoming funding cycle, and we're starting to develop kind of what do we want to solicit for the following cycle.
It sounds to me like it's almost a continuous brainstorming cycle because you can't go out and say, this is what we're going to prioritize because we don't know yet, right? So it's very open-ended and we'd have to be careful not to set expectations inappropriately.
And part of that really is we need to know what's in the bank and what we have to work with. Probably doing it in general terms on a continuous basis does make sense. But, you know, there is a point in time where Kirk runs the numbers and figures out how much we have available for these non-reimbursable opportunities. And I think, you know, the time that we would announce that to the public has typically been in early August. We kind of announce a call for applications for projects that would be included in the projects bill. So that's line. Something to add about when we know what's in the bank, that might be helpful.
This is Kirk Russell. And that's accurate that, you know, especially when severance tax was bouncing all over the place, that made it difficult. Once we decided to start stabilizing that with an average, I shared with the board yesterday that it could be assumed pending a disaster such as a sweep of our funds that we're not ready for, or a tanking of severance tax in multiple years. And it takes a little while for a 10-year average to be affected, but that there would be about $20 to $30 million for non-loan things that would go in the projects bill. And so I think that kind of spurred my interest in learning more what the board would like to prioritize each year in that space, because we've now got the water plan program, we've got WSRF, those all have categories. There really is no unique category for that $20 to $30 million. We use about 5 to 10 million of that. The things that surface internal with CWCB, you saw some DWR requests that make a lot of sense overlapping what we do. So leaving maybe a $20 million normal message to the general public that the board is interested in projects like fill in the blank. And I think the tough part is I think you can plan on that. Some years there's going to be more than that because of this spillover thing that we saw this last year, or maybe there's a sweep of the fund that we no longer have that available for that next year. But I like the idea of this board at that finance committee, and it's tough because you would tell us, we'd like to focus on projects with this money in this space so that really a year of development and messaging so that that application comes in August, that would probably be ideal. It's tough because you want immediate impact, and you add up the series of timing on that. You talk to me or the staff in September, we'd like to see this. The applications come in, now you see them in September. Now the money's not available until July. By the time we get a contract, now that's 3-4 years down the road. Not that that's bad, but it's just managing expectations on that money.
Director Brody.
I mean, at least in my organization, we always have like a ranked list, and there's never a year in which we can fund everything we want to in 1 year. But we, whatever doesn't get funded in year one, we retain on the list, and it gets reevaluated constantly. So I'm sure there are going to be things that we would love to be able to fund that we might not have the money for in a given year. To me, that's okay. It is about managing expectations. And keep in mind, the water plan is not a 1-year plan. It's a multi-year plan. So you're looking at kind of the upcoming year or two in terms of what you're going to prioritize and fund, keeping in mind that, where you want to get to over the lifespan of the water plan.
Money you have each, be as up to date as you can, but you don't have to know how much money you have to establish priorities. It's quite possible. I mean, I don't know enough about it to say, but it's quite possible that somebody could come up with a plan for Shoshone call permanence that costs an awful lot less than $99 million. I don't know. We didn't ask the world that question, right? We got a $20 million solution for our part of it. And not to pick on that proposal, but it just strikes me as an example. We don't know what we don't know once again. And so I think if there's a strong consensus about priorities or elements of the plan that we need to catch up, or however we look at that we can put that out there, and the projections can follow on what's available for it, but get people's gears in motion.
To follow up on that, we do have a policy, and it was in that packet yesterday. It's very dated, and I think it predates WSRF, it predates water plan grants, and I think that's probably the reason that we're having this conversation right now. We have a policy there that does not really help us in any stretch of the imagination, and again, it's been working fine. We've been able to take care of the requests that are coming in. We haven't turned anybody away in order to use that priority in that policy. It might be better to make that policy kind of that guidance that we're talking about as well. With the flexibility, this board will change and maybe interest will change, but I think maybe we should revisit that policy as a foundation to this conversation.
Sounds good.
I'm going to do a quick time check here. We've been at it for about 45 minutes. Pace okay for everybody? All right, so the third of our elements is performance measures.
Sorry, Greg, I would just ask if the pace was going okay for you too.
Totally fine. I've got as much time as we need.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, sorry. And again, I can't, your microphones don't pick up all of your words for whatever reason. I don't know if others who are participating by Zoom are having that problem or if it's something unique to me. So I appreciate your indulgence. All right, so the third component of this, performance measures, and that's both the accomplishment of tasks and then the impact on your goals, okay? And what role, this is the place where we say, many of the board members said, I was unaware that this happened. And I have some thoughts around whether we track this or that and the available data, et cetera. So how does the board, what role does the board play in that process, knowing that that it is a semi-political, or it is a political process with a number of different players involved, including the governor's office. So let's talk this through. Okay, so we talked about the timeline and process for the DNR performance plan. And again, many folks were unaware of this. So there's the department performance plan, there's the annual performance reports, and then there's the SMART Act hearings. Okay. Anna walked us through what are the current performance measures, which are based on the 2015 plan. How do you go about target setting and recognize that there are certain constraints? We'd love to know this. We don't collect data on it. Or we would have to use this as a proxy for that. Some such constraints exist. And then how do these processes complement your current grant reporting? Okay, so proposal is include the performance plan review with the board during the January meeting, aligned right around the water plan metrics and targets. So that's timed with the SMART Act hearing. And this is my caveat. Again, these words only belong to me. So if they're not quite perfect, somebody correct me. But it's a collaborative process. You got CWCB staff, you've got the DNR executive director's office, and you got the governor's office. So it's important that that be understood and that the board play a certain role. And then, you know, track accomplishment of the actions and the impact of actions. And Director Brody, this is where I'm saying, I wonder whether we might want to use the term gap analysis as well. Okay. Because I think that's really where it is. What were we expecting to do? What were we expecting to achieve? How do we do on both? And that might result in some replanning, right, to close any gaps. So I'd like to use those words, gap analysis, because I think they're helpful here. Okay, performance management, big conversation. So I want to just pause, and I know that we've had conversation about this so far. Any questions about what we have, what we've talked through today?
No questions, Greg.
Okay, thanks. All righty, so we also had breakout discussions. We had topics, 3 different groups. We talked about onboarding and offboarding, making sure that new incoming board members don't have to struggle to learn all that it means to be on this board and how the board operates. The DNR, Boards and Commissions Handbook, will be helpful. The CWCB guide will be helpful, but it's also going to take each of you helping those board members find the information that they need. And then the guide really serves you so that you don't have to pull it from the ether. Okay, so that'll be manifest as the guide itself, but also onboarding and offboarding checklists with some process guidance around those. Then we had a discussion around how to use the C9 Summit for messaging and feedback. And then the board's advisory and liaison duties to shed light on the gray areas, right? The board to be an effective liaison and a welcome advisor. And also, as was said earlier, not leave your lane inadvertently. Okay, so each group was asked to create a succinct summary of the issue or opportunity, discuss the options, and make some proposals. So I'd like to ask Director Riss and Russ Sands to give kind of just a quick recap on what each of those groups spoke about.
I'm going to have to think about that just a few weeks ago. So the breakout session that I was in charge of was around the board's role, it was sort of like a game show, like that's not your job, I would call it maybe. So we talked about sort of what was definitely in the board's column as being their role and responsibility, and maybe some things that were gray, where the board would like to have the ability to provide advice and feedback, but maybe wasn't in charge of making the official decision. So I guess if I were to summarize that, we, I think, all collectively agreed that the board's role was to provide policy guidance on all of CWCB's major program areas, to provide approval for all of our various grant programs that the board has discretion over. And I think to obviously, provide oversight and input and, sort of collectively be the ultimate author of the water plan, which is really our guiding water policy document in the state. Those things are all squarely under the job, the role and responsibility of the CWCB board. And then I think we also recognize that there were some areas where the board, by virtue of your expertise and being appointed to the board by the governor and the knowledge of your basins and the stakeholders and issues from your basins, it's really valuable to have you provide input on issues around Colorado River and legislation and, resource issues, whether that's budget or staffing. But those areas are not ultimately within the board's decision-making authority. So, we seek out your input and want to hear your feedback on, helping to advise Becky in her role on the Colorado River Commission. We'll do our best to provide updates on legislative issues that come before the General Assembly that impact CWCB programs, and, appreciate your perspective on those issues and feedback. But ultimately, the board doesn't take positions on legislation. We talked about the fact that goes through the governor's office and is ultimately Dan and the governor's call on how we engage in the legislative process and on budget decision items. I don't think there was a whole lot of disagreement about any of that, but I think it was a helpful exercise to walk through. And any of the folks that were in my group, please feel free to supplement that. Barbara, I remember you were in my group. Scott Steinbrecher was.
Director Anderson.
Director Anderson, yeah. So if there's something I missed, please feel free. But I think that was
good.
Great.
Good, Steve.
Sands for the record. So in our group, we talked about the C9 Summit, and I would say that, maybe just for context setting, even though the C9 Summit didn't originate in this board workshop, I think much like the action in the water plan to have a operation plan annually kind of originate out of board conversations. This is really a part of that genesis. And I think some of that thinking at the time, we just weren't able to pull it off. And maybe now is the most right time, really fed into this workshop discussion, which was really about how do we just create greater alignment and unity across the roundtables, the Interbasin Compact Committee, and the board, and really using something like the C9 Summit, which we last did in 2019. And we have, maybe throughout the history of the Water for the 21st Century Act done intermittently with maybe under different titles, is a really good potentially annual anchoring event to create that unity and create that feedback loop. And I remember Director Coombs said that when we're at our roundtable meetings, we get to see the roundtable, but when there's something like C9 Summit, we get to see the whole family, and it's really creating that camaraderie that is so important in sharing messaging. And so I remember we had Director Felt in the group as well, and he had said, yeah, it'd be neat if we could come out of C9 Summit generating some ideas of what are roundtables thinking, what's the Interbasin Compact thinking, what's the board thinking, and where are there opportunities where maybe the board might even ask the roundtables or the Interbasin Compact Committee to wrestle with an idea and come back by a certain date. And maybe that kind of creates a more helpful feedback loop. Recognizing that some of the best things that we've done in the state or some of the biggest challenges that we've had have been enhanced by those three groups really working together. So we think about Interbasin Compact Committee working on the conceptual framework, for example. What really built that was, and this is something we highlighted at the C9 Summit, is IBCC struggled with these concepts, but they also brought that back to the roundtables. And then ultimately the board codified that and put it into the water plan. And it's in this version of the water plan as well. So that's a great example of where we can build that unity, and maybe an event like C9 Summit can help be that idea generator that creates kind of it's almost an augment to the operation plan that creates a little bit more of a broader thinking of how do we bring all the groups into the fold.
Any thoughts from the rest of the group?
Is what I remember.
Okay. So there were a few items going back. We did have other items that had come out of that thematic summary from the interviews that we're just going to practice with, right? We're just going to try some different things. So I've got a list of them for you here. I'm not going to read them to you, but some things are just try-its, if you will. And then there are topics that we can talk about at future meetings. And I would encourage us, to find the appropriate time, knowing that, certain items are fixed on your agendas and you have certain months that are chock-a-block, and others where just the annual rhythm provides you a little bit more room for other conversations. Okay, so those are a few items at the bottom. So where do we go? Finalize documentation. That involves me working with the staff on a number of these items to produce drafts. We'll share those with you. So we'll continue to update you on kind of what comes next, begin using that annual calendar, and review items that need board buy-in. Like, I think that annual calendar is probably something that after the feedback that we've received today, we should bring that to you and say, hey, just look right to you. And, are we triggering the regular activities at the appropriate point? Or do we need to trigger them a little bit earlier? Or, without this number, you can't have that discussion, so it has to happen later. There's just interplay. And so I think if we write it up and we practice with it, we'll make adjustments to it as ongoing. But it's certainly much easier to adjust something that's been created than to create it from thin air. So this is, again, our very first operational planning process. So we look forward to hearing from you all, the feedback, and making adjustments as we go. So those are that's the material that I'd intended to share with you all. I will push this to this final version to Viola, fixing the 2 spelling mistakes that I have found in my own document. And you all are welcome to noodle on these. And of course, you can give me a call at any point in time. My phone number, my email and phone number, I suspect many of you already have, but it's right there on this last page. All right. So any other questions for me?
Thanks, Greg.
All right. Well then, thank you all for making time for this discussion today. Look forward to seeing you in the future.
For guiding us through this.
My pleasure. I'm going to sign off now, and hope you all have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Through today's agenda. If there's anything else that people want to talk about.
Mr. Chair, I have one presentation, if I may.
Oh, yes,
Thank you.
may.
To our leader in the Department of Natural Resources, to remind him of our meeting here. I know he has to take off tomorrow. We'd like to present Director Gibbs with a personalized T-shirt showing the logo that we found in downtown Salida. There you go, sir.
So a few housekeeping items. Viola, we're starting at 8:30 tomorrow. Breakfast is available at 7:30 tomorrow. I can't imagine what that's going to be like, but I think people will probably be here at 7:30. And then I guess the other thing is, we did not even set up, just there's an opportunity to get together tonight if you are interested, for board and staff at that Stoke restaurant across the street, across the highway from the Hampton Inn. I'm going to get there around 6, and we've got sort of an area of the restaurant that they're setting aside for us. And it's totally informal and not organized, and no decisions will be made.
What business talks about?
Yeah.
And bail money is available.
Bail is available. It's on a first come, first served basis. So if you're thinking about some sort of violation, I would do it earlier in the evening rather than later. Sorry, Jen. Anything else? I think we're in recess. Okay.